Alright, what's up, guys? Got some Elite Dangerous for you today. Yeah, let's start by getting our lights and night vision turned on. And then I'm pretty sure that I'm going to need to remap. So let's open up the galaxy map. And yeah, so I am not even halfway to the halfway point, which is 10,000 light years away from where I'm at right now. So we'll see how many jumps we're going to have to do. And then we'll see how far away from Sagittarius we are. Can't imagine it's that far. So yeah, we're only almost 3,000 light years away from Sagittarius, so got quite the drive to go. Let's see, 318 jumps until we get to the halfway point. Holy fuck, man. Guess we better get started then. So let's start with Super Cruise. Alright, cool. We've already fully mapped this place, so let's just start jumping away then.
Disengaged.
It really is just like riding a bike. Damn.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
I'm looking for a planet that has at least 1G to land on. If I find a planet that has at least 1G, I'll land on it for you guys.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Damn, I really only own 5 ships. That's kind of sad. Here's what I wanted to see. 4,888 systems visited. 5,951 jumps. The max distance I've gotten from the start was 25,000 light years away. I would have to assume that that was when I went to Sagittarius one of these times. Okay. I was trying to find the fucking Galnet entries, but maybe they took that out of the game.
The Empire. Introduction. What a piece of work is man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god, the beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. Shakespeare, Hamlet.
When our ancestors departed Earth, they asked themselves, which of our achievements represents the best of humanity, that we may bring it with us to illumine the darkness? The Federation, embroiled in a world of contracts and petty bickering, chose their constitution. They placed their trust not in man himself, but in an imperfect work of man. But my ancestor,
System scan complete.
your first emperor,
Frameshift drive charging.
was wiser. He knew that the best achievement of humanity was humanity itself. There was more wisdom in a single nucleotide of his noble DNA than in all the Federation's written texts. That same wisdom still guides us now. We need no dusty documents to assert our right. We are human, born to rule. And the universe awaits the firm hand of our governance.
Yo, what's up, X-Killer? How you doing, bro? Like I said, I was looking for a 1G planet to go land on for you, and I found one. So, let's go land on this planet really quick. Yeah, I'm doing alright, bro. My headache's finally gone away for the most part, so that's always good. Yeah, I told you I'd play this game today, so figured I'd stream it for you for a little bit. We've got 314 jumps before we even get to the halfway mark before we get home, though. So we will not be getting to Earth anytime soon. I did the math. It's going to take at least 600 jumps. If I spent only 5 minutes in every single system, it would still take me probably 50 hours to get home. In an ideal world, even if I was to just jump from system to system as fast as I could in like 2.5 minutes, because I think it's like 30 to 45 seconds to actually do the jump, and then you have a 30-second cooldown, and then you have a 30-second charge up. So it's still like 2.5 minutes, even if I just turn and burn as fast as I can go. So yeah, here, let me set the throttle down. And then over here, this one. Put the Super Cruise Assist on, and then I should be able to pop into the map here to show you. Yeah, so this is where we're at. And we're coming from Sagittarius. That's the black hole at the center of our galaxy here. Kind of hard for me to get onto the same level as it, but... yeah, so we're coming from Sagittarius over here. And then here is Earth, all the way over here. Somewhere over here. I swear I had it bookmarked. Oh, here's Sol, right here. So yeah, that's how much distance we have to cover. It took me like 3 or 4 months to get to Sagittarius, um, including a stop here at Colonia. So I went from Seoul to Colonia to Sagittarius, and now we're on our way back. This is the halfway point, so yeah, it's gonna take fucking forever. Alright, the fuck is the planet at? Oh, did I accidentally set the fucking sun as the goddamn super cruise orbit? My bad. There we go. God, my ship didn't decide to overheat. Right here. Now we can super cruise assist in orbit, put it in the blue zone, and we're good. Yeah, I'm gonna come over here so I can show you the Scarab, the SRV, for driving around, and then the fighter pilots that you hold in the fighter bay. I should have one of each. Okay, yeah, cool. I'm thinking that crater might be a good spot to set down. Let me turn off the cruise assist. And yeah, we'll come down here and we'll come land on in that crater down there. Just need to adjust my trajectory a little bit so that way we can come down level. Holy shit, I was over here pressing X for the throttle like it was fucking Flight Simulator.
Orbital flight engaged.
I think I kind of want to sit down right there on the edge. Kind of on the edge between this crater and that other crater. Getting pretty close to dropping, so I want to be careful and manage my speed here. Manage my altitude a little bit too, so that we don't drop before I'm ready.
Flight assist off.
Alright, before we touch down,
Flight assist on.
you get stopped here. Damn, maybe. When you get stopped here, And then we're gonna put the fighter jet out before we go land and touch down.
Fighter deployment sequence initiated.
Mothership holding position.
Now, the thing that I think is cool about the high G planets, especially when you get one with Earth-like gravity and stuff, we get some altitude. When you turn the flight assist off, which is what makes the ships behave like spaceships, they turn into aircraft instead, because gravity takes over, and you have to like manage your thrust and stuff, your direction vectors and everything. And they behave more like actual spaceships, where with Newton's law, everything that's in motion stays in motion, and it goes in the direction that your force acts on it. So come here into the third-person view again. Yeah, you can see that you kind of tend to stay in the motion that, or in the direction that you pointed in, until you put some outside force. It's pretty fun. Especially when you get into actual space combat and stuff, you can use the flight assist off to do some pretty cool maneuvers. Like the boost turns and stuff to get flipped around and be facing backwards. Alright, let me go dock with the mothership, and then we'll go land, and we'll go drive around for a minute. I don't like doing the fighter pilot stuff unless I'm actually, like, in combat. Even then, I usually just stick my hired pilot and my fighters, and then just do combat in the main ship. Just because I can't trust the hired pilots to fucking fly the mothership without crashing it. And I don't like having to pay for the rebuy of my Anaconda since it's so goddamn expensive. It's like a fucking billion credits every time I crash.
Fighter retrieval sequence initiated.
Apparently, I'm not very good at docking either.
Fighter docking
There we go.
sequence initiated.
Yeah, most of what I'm doing out here in the black is just exploration. Pretty much you map out every system that you go to and get all of the filtered spectral analysis, and then when I get back to Sol, or any part of inhabited space really, once I get to a space station, I'll be able to sell all of my cartographics to Universal Cartographics, and I'll probably get at least 1 billion credits from my trip out here. So I'll have enough to cover a whole nother rebuy. Oh, my rebuy cost is only actually 18 million, but I only have 384 million, so I don't exactly like to be paying for rebuys very much. Alright, we'll go ahead and touch down now.
Deployed.
Try to find some suitable terrain, make sure I get my fucking shields fully powered, since I'm dragging my ass on the ground. There we go.
Flight assist off. Flight assist on.
The nice thing about the higher gravity planets when you're landing on them too is that you can just use gravity to land by turning the flight assist off. It's pretty nice. And then with the Scarabs, it makes it to where they drive a lot faster. On the planets with lower gravity, you can use the vertical thrusters to get these things like flying in the air, though. With more gravity, you have more traction when you're driving on the ground, so you can get up to like closer to 40 meters per second. But yeah, with the lower gravity planets, you can use the vertical thrusters to like move through the air and stuff. It's funny. Another way to get some major speed is to hit like a bump so that you go in the air. Then you use your vertical thrusters at like a 30-degree angle so that you're kind of pushing backwards as well as against the ground. And then yeah, you can get some major speed that way too. You just gotta be careful not to hit the ground too hard, because if you hit the ground too hard, you'll take damage and everything. I'm already at fucking 53% integrity.
Chassis integrity compromised.
Alright, I guess we better get the helm back over here before I fucking end up blowing myself up. There are missions and stuff that have you have to land on the planet in certain parts of inhabited space, and then you drive to like, they have like these bases on the planets, and you gotta like drive to the base and scan like a little data point and stuff. Sometimes they'll send like fucking drones after you and shit that you gotta shoot. It's pretty cool stuff. But I mean, I've been playing for, what did it say, 52 weeks? Has it really already been a year? Five weeks. So... It's got to be like 600 hours or something like that. But yeah, and then here's what my ship looks like from the outside. It's fucking huge. Because I have like one of the best combat ships in the game. Pretty shit for exploration, but that's just because it doesn't have a very good jump range. If I had my Diamondback Explorer that has like 45 light years worth of range, it wouldn't take me quite so long to get back to Earth, but for whatever reason, I decided I wanted to do this trip in my Anaconda. I guess I just wanted my fighter bay, because I don't have enough room for a fighter bay in my Diamondback Explorer, so... where the fuck is the docking bay at? Oh, right there, derp. Or the boarding port, whatever you want to call it.
interrupted. Flight assist off. Flight assist on. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
Alright, let's jump out of here. Got 314 jumps. I know damn well we ain't gonna do that many. But clock says 3:30. We'll probably keep jumping until about 4 on the clock up there. And maybe if we're lucky, we'll get a neutron jump before I call it for the night and switch over to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Because the neutron jumps are pretty cool to watch. They're scary as fuck to do, though.
Fuel cell disengaged.
Here, really quick, I'll take a look through the map and see if we have any that are close. Let's see, we are going this way. So we're looking for a blue dot on the line, or looking for a blue line for the neutron jumps. Not seeing any so far though. Yeah, I'm not seeing any, so we might not get to do a neutron jump. So I feel like I would see the jet cone boost if we were gonna do it. I do have them turned on, right? Yeah? Oh well. Maybe if we're lucky, like I said, we'll get to one. Oh, it's 35 light years, not 25. So actually my jump range ain't that bad. But, yeah, it's all 1-to-1. Yeah, everything's on a 1-to-1 scale.
Fuel scooping.
One of my favorite parts about this game is that you can see the galactic disk. It becomes more apparent once we get out of the center. Right now we're in the center, so there's just stars everywhere as far as you could see, but when you get out closer to Earth, the galactic center becomes more apparent. So what I'm doing right now is I'm using what's called the filter spectral analysis. the filtered spectral analysis to scan the planets. And it tells you what the planet's made out of, how much mass it has, what its gravity is, its orbital period, all that good stuff. Its rotational period. This one's tidally locked. Yeah, you can scan all these things. And then, yeah, that's how I make my credits when I do these long trips. So I just fucking scan everything, and then, yeah, you get a pretty decent payout for that. Another thing that you can do with exploration, you can have the detailed probes. You can go probe the planets and map their surfaces too with the detailed probes, but with how fucking far away I am from everything, I didn't think that it would have been worth my time to have brought the probe scanner, so I didn't actually bring one on my ship because the amount of time that it would take for me to do detailed probes on everything, in addition to doing the FSS or the FSA, be pretty bad. Yeah, I know. Yeah, if I use the synthesis, that'll increase my jump range, but I don't have any materials to do synthesis. And unless I can get the materials planet side with a scarab, I don't have the right equipment to get the materials I need either. So yeah, you can use what's called synthesis, and that'll boost your jump range too. Over here in the inventory, right? Yeah. I guess I actually do have enough to do a few of them, but I'd only be able to do 3. So that's not really worth it unless I get to a jet cone boost. I'm not sure if you can do the injections with the jet cone boost too, though. Yeah, I just don't have a lot of fucking materials, so. Let's take a look at the system map before I jump out, see if there's anything worth looking at. I don't see anything. If we see another black hole, I'll make sure that I go check it out, though. That's kind of one of the things that I'm always looking for when I go into the system maps before I jump out, is if we see a black hole, I want to go take a look at it. Just because they're kind of cool to look at and stuff.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Also, you were asking if there's a limit to how far you can go. Kind of. Once you get so far outside of the galaxy, the stars get to be so far and few between. Unless you have a unless you have an engineered frame shift drive to get like max jump range. Once you kind of hit out here in some of the abysses, can see that there's like no stars around right here. So when you come back to the center over here, all these dots that you see, these are all stars. If I zoom in on one of them, you can select any one of these to go to. So you can see all these dots, those are all stars, right? But when you come out into the abyss, you can see those dots, they get really far and few between. And so the limit to how far out you can go just becomes the limit, the jump range of your ship. So, and it's the same thing when you go up too. It's the same thing when you go up off the center. Once you get off the galactic plane, once you get so far off the plane, the stars get so far and few between. That's really what becomes your limiting factor, is whether your ship has enough jump range to get to the next star and whether there is a star in the direction you're going. So yeah, that's the limit. I would have to Google to see how far people have gotten away from Sol, and to see how far off of the galactic plane people have gotten, because there are people who do that kind of stuff to like see how far they can go just for the hell of it, you know. And I'm not one of those people. But yeah, that's really the limiting factor, is just the jump range of your ship and whether there's a star there.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
According to Google, the farthest reachable celestial body from the galactic plane, let me see if I can find it in the map. They call it Isham's Reach. Yeah, this is all the way out here in the abyss. Oh, it's right next to Beagle Point, too. I didn't even know that. This is supposed to be 65,000 light years from Sol. This is generally considered to be the most remote, reachable location in the game. But there's also this other system. Hold on, let me search this other system really quick, because there's another system that's supposed to be a little bit further. So I'm reading on Reddit, this dude, he went to Isham's Reach, that point over here by Beagle Point. He went there without a fuel scoop, apparently. That is absolutely insane. I don't even know how you would do that. Holy shit. This guy has an anaconda that can go 5,000 light years on a single tank without you conserving fuel. That is absolutely wild. Oh my god. So, yeah, this dude, he went 84,000 light years. And he did it without a fuel scoop. Holy shit. That's insane. But yeah, those are like the two farthest points, basically. And they're like 65, 70,000 light years from fucking, like, anything. Not like anything, actually, but like from the bubble of inhabited space, anyways. That is absolutely insane. I cannot believe that guy actually did that without a fuel scoop. That's crazy.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Dude, I was just telling you about who I saw on Reddit that went all the way out there without a fuel scoop. Apparently, the fuel rats didn't really like what he did. In Elite Dangerous, there's a faction of people who call themselves the Fuel Rats, and basically, if you find yourself running out of fuel, the Fuel Rats, they'll come help you and they'll give you gas. Yeah, I can only imagine how many times the Fuel Rats might have helped that guy out, but that's still crazy to go that far without a fuel scoop.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
You know, I said I was going to finish when it said 4 o'clock, but I ain't even broke 300 yet. I'll probably drink 2 more beers, and then we'll call it, and switch over to fucking Flight Simulator. Just because I do want to try to make some progress back, instead of just showing you what the game's about. Going to Sagittarius A is how I became an elite explorer, by the way. This one's pretty cool. Check this out. Wonder if that other star is scoopable. Yeah, no problem, bro. I've been wanting to play this game for a while. I just needed to find the motivation because of how fucking far away I am. Oh, this one is scoopable too. That's pretty cool. Nice little binary star.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Yeah, I've just been having trouble finding the motivation because of how fucking far I am. So I appreciate you helping me find the motivation to play this game again, because it's a lot of fun. I'm just so goddamn far away. Because, like, I mean, I like exploration and seeing the cool stuff, but I also like doing the space taxi and the cargo missions, too. And, I mean, mining is fun. Especially since they added the deep core mining. I've never even tried that yet. But I also have been too busy being out here to try it, so... That's one thing that I'm looking forward to trying when I get back to the bubble, is, yeah, the deep core mining, because that's supposed to be pretty fun. I mean, I'm only competent when it comes to combat, so it'd be nice to do some more bounty hunting, too. But I gotta get back to the fucking bubble before I can do that. More specifically, I need to get back to the fucking Abraham Lincoln. That's, my primary star station, in Seoul. Is, Abraham Lincoln, so... We're just gonna get back there.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Frameshift drive charging.
Like I said, I'm really kind of hoping that we can get a neutron jump before I log off for the day. Because those are like the coolest part of exploration, I think. They're the fucking scariest part, because you can lose your ship in an instant if you're not careful, but they're also the coolest part. I just don't know when we're gonna get to one. I also feel like I might have my filtering set up wrong, too. So that's one thing I'm a bit concerned about. It's like maybe I have my map filter set wrong, and that's why it's not doing it. Where the fuck is the filter anyways? Oh, actually no, I don't have anything filtered out. Yeah, I'm not sure why then. They have community resources like the neutron highway that you can use to figure out the neutron jumps too, but I'm too lazy for that shit. With how far away I am, I don't feel like it actually matters that much, but I just think they're cool. I like doing them because they're fun and they look cool. They do help save a lot of time though. The neutron stars, they triple your jump range, I believe. And then the white dwarves, they only multiply it by like 1.5 or some shit like that. They're still pretty cool though when you do the jet cone boosts.
Emperor Trascan Duval II, undelivered draft speech written immediately before his sudden and unexplained death. The Empire, while younger than the Federation, is easily the equal of its historic rival in terms of scale and resources. The key social distinction between the two powers is that slavery in the Empire is legal, a fact that has remained a source of controversy since its inception, both within the Empire and without. Some observers have pointed out, however, that conditions for those at the lowest levels of feudal society are far worse than those experienced by imperial slaves. The popular image of the Empire is one of opulence, but while pomp and pageantry may be the norm in the core imperial systems, elsewhere in imperial space, one can find myriad examples of deprivation and squalor. Indeed, the Empire encompasses many striking contrasts. Sophisticated technology exists alongside an ancient Roman system of government, and the affluence of the core world depends on often unregulated slave labor in the wretched outer colonies. Ruthless industrial efficiency and low taxation has made the Empire rich and mighty. The hierarchy of
Can you hear the little history lesson, by the way, the Galnet or whatever?
imperial society is rigid, but a citizen can always rise through the ranks if he or she becomes wealthy enough and makes the right connections. Even a slave could, in theory, become a senator. The Empire. History. The Achenar colony was founded. In the mid-23rd century, wealthy entrepreneur Marlene Duval was so frustrated with the federal government that she founded an independent colony of her own in the Achenar system, chosen for its remoteness. When Marlene was killed shortly afterwards in a flyer accident, her brother Henson Duval took over as ruler. Henson Duval immediately abolished the fledgling democracy that Marlene had set up, and in its place, he established a system modeled on ancient Rome. He was now emperor, and his closest allies were his senators. Any colonists who might have objected were forced into silent compliance with Duval's vision. Such were his wealth and power. It was also widely believed that Marlene Duval, like Remus in ancient Rome, had been killed by her own brother. Nobody dared to speak out. The Mudlark extinction. The colonists were aware that the planet they had settled, Achenar 6D, had indigenous life. But at first, it wasn't appreciated that this included a sentient species. Nicknamed the Mudlarks after they were observed digging through riverbank mud in search of food. Although the Mudlarks were at a pre-agricultural stage of development, they appear to have developed the beginnings of language. They also created crude forms in molded clay, with no obvious practical purpose, possibly indicating a nascent
System scan complete.
artistic culture.
Frameshift drive charging.
The mudlarks proved fatally vulnerable to the bacteria carried by the colonists, and within a few decades of the colony's founding, the species was extinct. Rumors subsequently emerged that hence Duval had purposefully removed all traces of the mudlarks, partly in fear of federal reprisal and partly to ensure that his development plans would not be hindered by ecological constraints. The Federation attempted to reclaim Akinar. When the federal government heard rumors that Duval's colony had recklessly caused the destruction of a sentient indigenous species, they decided on military intervention. The Imperial ships beat back the federal attackers, who were unable to establish a beachhead among the airless outer worlds, and struggled to maintain supply lines so far from Earth. The Federal forces eventually fell back and entrenched in the Beta Hydri system. Skirmishes with Imperial ships continued for the next 50 years, but these were unable to prevent Duval from expanding the Empire to many other worlds. The Age of Expansion. After hostilities with the Federation ceased, the Empire entered a century of growth, annexing
System scan complete.
many new systems and persuading others to join. It spent the following 2 centuries consolidating its new territory, appointing colonial administrators from among the noble houses of Akinar. The Empire. Society. An ancient Roman model. The Empire works on a clean system. Society is divided into tiers: Emperor, senators, patrons, clients, and then citizens, with slaves below these. Groups of patrons pledge their support to a given senator, offering military service, tax revenue, and the right to wield the patrons' votes in the Senate on their behalf. In return, the patrons are granted a measure of protection and material security, as well as having their interests represented in the Imperial Senate. Senators are responsible for deciding tax rates and welfare systems for their patrons, meaning that the lower a given senator's tax rates, the more patrons he is likely to attract. This is far from being a patron's only concern, however. Loyalty over time, ideological compatibility, family connections, and discreet private deals can all play a part in deciding which senator to back. The system extends downward through the tiers in a similar fashion, with clients pledging themselves to given patrons, and citizens pledging themselves to given clients. The votes held by the patrons
System scan complete.
actually
Frameshift drive charging.
comprise the total votes of all the clients pledged to them. Similarly, the votes held by those clients comprise the total votes of their pledged citizens. Patrons are therefore capable of investing variable degrees of power in their chosen senators, with the result that some senators are more powerful than others. Senators are responsible for those below them, meaning that everyone has a form of social security, at least in theory. Indeed, many senators take pride in the security they offer their citizens. Some have even been known to drain material wealth from small independent worlds and pump it back into the capital economy, allowing them to reduce citizens' taxes and giving their popularity a considerable boost. Patrons are free to withdraw their patronage from their chosen senator, placing the onus on the senator to represent them satisfactorily or face a loss of voting power. Rigid stratification. The division between social classes is formal, unambiguous, and strict. But there is a clear path to advancement. A person can pay a fee and petition for admittance to the rank above. In this way, slaves can become citizens too. The law is not the same for all. Senators have a responsibility to enforce the law, and they must obey the emperor's decree, but are otherwise above the law. A senator can even carry out executions personally, with little, if any, fear of consequence. The Empire. Military. The Imperial Navy. Maintaining a modernized navy has always been a top priority for the Empire. The ever-present threat posed by the Federation has driven previous emperors to empty the coffers again and again, for fear of being outstripped in the arms race. More recently, funding has come from wealthy individual senators, many of whom are all too eager to gain influence within the Navy. Indeed, it has been claimed that devastating planetary mining has been carried out in order to further this cause. The Facisi system is arguably the most
System scan complete.
significant Imperial naval base. Many officers are housed on the world of Topaz, while Peter's Wreck is home to the training centers. As well as the battle fleets, the Imperial Navy maintains a subdivision dedicated to exploring the fringes of known space. The Emperor's Own. Genetic engineering is not officially tolerated in the Empire, but it does sometimes take place. One notable example is the Emperor's Own, a group of genetically engineered super soldiers deployed during the shock invasion of Mansfield Colony in the Leadler system in 2959. They proved
Frameshift drive charging.
brutally efficient, overrunning the Federal defenses in a mere 2 hours and inflicting a rare defeat upon a Federal Gurkha regiment. The Empire. Culture and values. The human body represents perfection. This belief, once held with near religious intensity, still forms the bedrock of the Empire's culture and morals. Genetic modification is frowned upon, but a degree of genetic correction is known to take place, supposedly to correct defects such as vulnerability to certain diseases. The belief in the sanctity of the human body originates with the first emperor, Henson de Val. While he did not claim to be literally descended from the gods in the manner of Roman emperors of old, he declared that his own image was the paradigm to which others ought to aspire. Households across the empire were required to display a statue or bust of the emperor in a place of honor. Imperial citizens are therefore expected to shun habits that corrupt or defile the human body,
Fuel scoop disengaged.
such as excessive indulgence in narcotics. The ownership of slaves, by contrast, is tolerated in the same way that the ownership of any beautiful work of art is tolerated. Mistreatment of slaves is thus akin to vandalism. Keeping one's own body in peak condition and adorning it with jewels and expensive clothes is not vanity, but duty. And owning well-treated slaves is also considered a sign of good character. The Emperor's word is supreme. The Emperor's successor is decided by the Senate, although the de Val dynasty has such a strong power base that the imperial throne has only ever been occupied by members of that bloodline. For generations, genetic selection ensured that the Emperor's heir would be male, and the current ruler, Arissa Lavinie de Val, is the first woman to hold the throne. Marlene de Val is sometimes described as the Empire's first female ruler, but this is incorrect. The colony she founded was a democracy. Honor is everything. The value placed on honor is a constant throughout all tiers of imperial society. Honor can be lost through various means, including leaving debts unpaid, failing to respect a superior or provide for a dependent, breaking a solemn vow, conducting combat with cowardly weapons such as nerve gas, and defiling one's own body. Slavery is acceptable, but slaves must be well treated. In the Empire, it is not uncommon for the poor and disenfranchised to sign up for a period of military service in exchange for a small sum of money. A similar logic applies to imperial slavery, to the extent that someone might sell themselves into slavery to clear a debt and restore their honor. Selling oneself into slavery is a straightforward legal process and results in a guaranteed sum of money for one's family, so it is a popular option for the desperate. In practice, however, many find that it takes much longer than expected to clear their debts. People are also forced into slavery against their will. Sometimes a senator will sentence a person of lower rank to be stripped of citizenship and designated as a slave. But it is more common to impose a fine of such magnitude that the citizen has no recourse but to sell his or herself into slavery. Slaves may also be taken prisoner following a conflict, abducted from their home, or even captured in a hijacking. While trading slaves is lawful everywhere in the Empire, except on Emerald, taking new slaves outside of wartime
System scan complete.
is illegal without the blessing of a senator.
Frameshift drive charging.
The Empire. Diplomatic relations. The Federation. Resentment of the Federation runs deep in the Empire. The superpower is remembered as an oppressive, interfering force that hypocritically avoids inflicting the slightest harm on non-human life, but thinks nothing of forcibly imposing its values on its fellow humans, and lacking the freedoms and social customs that the Empire values so dearly. While open hostility has frequently been the case in the past, the current situation is one of grudging coexistence, beneath which mistrust simmers. Despite this antipathy, the Empire cooperated with the Federation in a series of joint initiatives against the Thargoids in the early 3300s. The Alliance. When the Alliance was founded in 3230, following a bitter conflict with the Empire and the Federation, multiple systems defected to it from both superpowers. To the surprise of many, the Empire took very little further retributive action, partly because of the ill health of the Emperor of the time, and partly due to a belief that the defecting systems would return to their natural home sooner or later. The Empire's current attitude to the Alliance is one of studied contempt. To recognize it as a threat would be too much like showing respect. Internal politics. Unsurprisingly for a society so concerned with rank and influence, the Empire contains a multitude of feuding power blocks. In particular, there is a good deal of bad blood between the various noble houses, whose values range from hardcore traditionalist to staunch reformist. The Imperial Senate is no longer as overshadowed by the Emperor as it once was, and has gained sufficient strength to act as a counterbalance to the Emperor's political will. The individual character of the Emperor still determines the Empire's overall direction, however, and the suggestion that the Empire should evolve out of its old ways has proven deeply divisive. The Federation. Introduction. For I dipped into the future, far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world and all the wonder that would be, saw the heavens fill with commerce, argosies of magic sails, pilots of the
System scan complete.
purple
Frameshift drive charging.
twilight, dropping down with costly bales, till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World. Alfred Lord Tennyson, Locksley Hall, 1835.
How then to attempt the impossible task of summing up the Federation? We are the ones who draw the lines. Our forefathers, who lived through the bitter anguish of global wars, drew a line under them and declared, no more. We enshrined the rights of all citizens in our Constitution, underlined them, and signed. We plotted the lines that first linked
Temperature critical.
the star systems, bringing humanity to the shores of new worlds, opening the way to interstellar trade. And when humanity itself, in the exuberance of youth, threatened the delicate balance of alien life, again we drew a line. Thus far let us lawfully tread, and no further.
Isaac Gellin, Federation President. Inaugural Speech, 2862. The Federation is the oldest of the galaxy's three superpowers, a vast geopolitical entity reaching out from the core system of Sol and encompassing a broad socio-economic spectrum. Among the myriad federal star systems, one can find extraordinary wealth, crushing poverty, and everything in between. By contrast with the Empire, which offers a social safety net in the form of state-sanctioned slavery, the poorest members of federal society have no safeguards and no way out. For them, life on the graffiti-stained streets is inescapable, and the gulf between their lives and those of the super-rich could not be more insurmountable. At its best, the Federation embodies the values of its founding nations: democracy, industry, and liberty. But federal society can also be competitive and unforgiving. Corporations wield too much power, politicians are often corrupt, and a sink-or-swim ethos prevails. The Federation. History. The nations of Earth united in the aftermath of war. After the devastation of World War III, the United States of the Americas rose to become the planet's dominant nation. Over the following years, it gradually brought the other nations of the world under its aegis. Called at first the Federation of the USA, the expanding democracy was soon given the less exclusive title of the Federation. Humanity reached for the stars. When faster-than-light travel became a reality in the 22nd century, several terrestrial corporations competed fiercely to establish the first human colony in a new star system. Tau Ceti was the first system to be colonized, followed by Delta Pavonis, Beta Hydria, and Altair. In their wake, there followed a wild scramble of pioneering expeditions and colonial ventures. The first colony rebelled. The year 2161 saw a dispute between the colony of Tau Ceti III and the Federation Authority, centered on the colonists' repeated refusal to limit the damage they were inflicting on the alien ecosystem. Earth dispatched a fleet with orders to revoke the colony's charter. The colony responded by declaring independence. A military stalemate led to grudging compromise, and the Federal Accord resulted, granting the system rights and representation, along with concomitant duties. The Federation, born of Earth, was now an association of star systems. The Birthright Wars gave corporations preferential treatment. Starting in 2621, a group of corporations subjected the federal government to over a century of unrelenting pressure. They demanded the right to buy up underexploited colonial land from its hereditary owners. Under the terms of the original charters, the land belonged to the colonists and their descendants, regardless of their ability to mine, farm, or otherwise exploit it, meaning that immense resources were lying untapped. The corporations argued that with the machinery, workforce, and fleets at their disposal, they could tap those resources.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
The Federation would be enriched, the original owners would be compensated, and everyone would be satisfied. The Federation bowed to pressure and allowed compulsory purchase of the family's land, albeit for far less than the expected sums. Outrage, rebellion, and in one case, the defiant resettlement of an entire colony resulted. The Federation's detractors often point to this dark episode as indicative of its true nature, a mere administrative puppet bent to the will of rapacious corporations. The Federation. Society. A federated democracy. The Federation's legislative body is made up of congressmen elected to represent their system or state. Apart from the oldest core systems such as Sol, which encompasses multiple states, each star system within the Federation is considered a single state. New colonies do not qualify for full Federation membership until and unless they fulfill the development objectives set down for them. With self-reliance comes representation. The federal government has its seat on Mars, which was terraformed in 2286. Congress was moved there from Earth in the early 3rd millennium. The executive branch is headed by an elected president with a fixed 8-year term. Constitutional rights obtain. The sovereign rights of all individuals are enshrined in the Constitution, which is a modified and streamlined version of the US Constitution, originally codified in the 18th century. The right to liberty underscores the absolute ban on slavery within the Federation and is a point of contention with the Empire. Corporate interests dominate. Although the Federation is loudly and proudly democratic, corporations still exercise tremendous influence over the democratic process, shaping citizens' choices through celebrity endorsement, lobbying, and occasionally outright corruption. The government is notoriously reluctant to curb corporate activity. The typical question in Congress is not whether a given policy will favor corporate interests, but which ones it will favor. Competition between corporations for Congress support can lead to a deadlock in the government. The Federation. Military. The Federal Navy. The Federation has maintained a battle fleet since the days of the first federal colony, which was established in the Tau Ceti system. Its official mandate is to protect shipping and defend the borders of federal space, but it has also frequently been deployed against the Federation's own rebellious citizens. At first, the Federation's member systems were required to contribute the required ships, making the mustering process a cumbersome one. But following the Birthright Wars, corporations were chartered to produce centralized fleets, which made for a far more efficient system. The naval shipyards and training academy were originally based
System scan complete.
in the
Frameshift drive charging.
Lave system, but the academy has since been moved to the custom world of Navy Central in Eta Cassiopeia. The Navy benefited from massive investment following the forced sell-off of colonial land in the Birthright Wars, during which it was wielded against the colonists in a bitterly resented move. When the Thargoids were first encountered in 2849, the Navy was boosted once again in fear of the alien threat, and a further bolstering followed in 2867, in the aftermath of what were believed to be Thargoid attacks. Governor Raul Santorini championed heavy cuts to the Navy budget in 3022, which were not reversed until President Varian Scott came to power in 3144. Scott talked up the Thargoid threat, again increasing funding to the Navy and removing the requirement for military actions to be approved by congressional vote. Land forces. In addition to the rank and file, the Federation still enjoys the loyal service of special military divisions, such as the Gurkha Regiment, who have served since the Keeping up long-standing traditions such as this is an important link to the past for federal citizens. The Federation. Culture and values. If you want to eat, you have to work. The Federation has no room for freeloaders. It has nurtured the core frontier values of self-reliance and entrepreneurship since its inception, and respects the self-made citizen. This insistence upon paying your way and pulling your weight also applied, notoriously, to the process whereby new colonies were established. Until a given colony was able to fulfill the development goals set down for it by the Federation, it could only ever be a dependency with no voice of its own. Given that the Federation's assigned goals could vary wildly from one colony to the next, This requirement frequently chafed with the colonists. While the Federation maintained that it was simply exercising flexibility, since no two worlds were the same, some colonies were tempted away to the Empire by the promise of being recognized as sovereign without having to jump through arbitrary hoops. Corporations took humanity into space. The Federation has never forgotten the role played by private enterprise in the initial migration from Earth. Corporations enjoy substantial freedom and influence under the Federation, so much so that it often seems they are the powers truly running the show. Federal citizens can be as passionately loyal to their corporations as they would be to a family or clan group, and it is common for successive generations of a given family to serve the same corporation. Harvest the limitless riches of space, but respect non-human life. The Federation and the Empire have hugely differing views on the primacy of humanity in the cosmos. While the Federation insists that its colonies treat indigenous non-human life with care, the Empire typically takes a more human-centric approach. This attitude has allowed the Empire to poach several developing Federation colonies who felt themselves hamstrung by ecological regulations. Wealth is freedom. Federal citizens actively embrace corporate culture, expressing their identity through brand choices and media consumption. The Federation. Diplomatic relations. The Empire. In 2292, a group of colonists established a settlement on Achenar 6D, chosen for its remoteness. The original intent was merely to live free from interference, but autocrat Henson Duval rapidly took control of the colony and had himself proclaimed emperor. The Federation attempted military reprisals, partly due to the nascent empire's insistence on independence, but faced a harder fight than they had expected and were held at bay. Over the next 50 years, the empire expanded to many other worlds. The Federation's relationship with the Empire is one of entrenched mistrust, stemming from irreconcilable ideological differences, mollified somewhat by the corporations, which have a presence in both territories, and thus act as a stabilizing influence. Outright hostilities between the powers, when they occur at all, are usually conducted.
So really quick, the reason why I kind of came so far out this time, there's 36 different bodies in this system, right? The further out you get from the system, the more zoomed out you are, right? So I did that so that way, I'm pretty sure they should all just be right here. So sometimes you have to kind of make the decision whether to take the time to turn around and just scan everything, like, once you're in the system and, like, you know, in the system, or, you know, depending on how many bodies there are, sometimes I'll make the decision to travel a bit further out, to take the time traveling instead, so that way I can get a little bit better of a zoom on everything, instead of scanning it all in the system. Yeah. It just makes things a little bit easier to scan is all.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
proxy forces. The Alliance. In 3228, the federally aligned corporations supplying the Alioth system attempted to raise their prices, leading to a citizen rebellion. Several independent systems assisted the rebels. Neither galactic superpower was able to suppress the revolt. The Empire was too far away to intervene effectively, whereas the Federation was hampered by unexpected public sympathy for the rebels. The Alliance of Independent Systems, founded on Alioth in 3230, drew in new members over the next 20 years. Some were already independent, while others defected from the Federation or Empire. In order to keep more worlds from defecting, the Federation was forced to reform the process whereby colonies could achieve full federal membership. So far, it has only managed to slow the loss of worlds to the Alliance, and has yet to tempt any back. The Alliance. Introduction. Rise, like lions after slumber, in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth, like dew which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few. Percy Bysshe Shelley, The Mask of Anarchy, 1819.
I've read your speech a dozen times, Mick. We can't use it. Sure, we could sound off about self-rule and freedom from tyranny and the dignity of the working man/woman, and the young hotheads would lap it up like they always do. I'm not saying we don't need that stuff, but we mustn't forget it's just marketing. A shiny wrapper. It's not enough. If we're going to make the Alliance of Independent Systems happen, we need more than tub-thumping speeches from a war hero. We need to show our people that the damn thing can work. I want spending plans, dividend forecasts, surveyors' reports. I want data so dry you don't need to believe in it. The people are tired and heartsick. They've been sold dreams too many times by both sides, so let's not try to sell them anymore. It's time to wake up.
Private communique from Meredith Argent to Mick Turner, founders of the Alliance. The Alliance is the youngest of the galaxy's 3 superpowers, and is perhaps best understood in terms of what it chooses not to be. It rejects both the extreme capitalism of the Federation and the rigid hierarchy of the Empire, choosing instead a third way of voluntary association for mutual benefit. The desire for freedom from interference, both from external threats and internal bureaucracy, was the key motivation behind the Alliance's founding, and is enshrined in its Articles of Association. The governments of the member systems are given as much autonomy to create their own laws and administer their own affairs as possible. The right to political self-determination and cultural self-expression are essential to the Alliance, but it remains to be seen whether the ultimate result will be stable harmony or a cacophony of dissenting voices. Every Alliance member knows that alliances have been made before, many times over, only to collapse. The Alliance. History. Alioth was colonized. The crucible in which the Alliance was forged was Alioth. A system so rich in gas and mineral resources that early surveyors considered it a stellar El Dorado. When the Federation established its first colony on Alioth 5b in 2452, they gave the planet the less grandiose name of Fruitcake, as mineral deposits lay in the loamy soils as abundantly as raisins in cake. Later, commentators would reflect, bitterly, that the world was well named because everyone wanted a piece. A conflict over mining rights drew in the superpowers. Alioth's prosperity soon attracted corporations eager to support the developing system in exchange for a share of the profits. A dispute over rights quickly escalated into an armed conflict, prompting the Empire to dispatch a military force, ostensibly for the colonists' protection. The Federation also sent ships, but theirs were a response to the corporation's plea for aid. Unable to directly engage the Federal ships without sparking a war, the Empire covertly encouraged the Alioth colonists to renounce the Federation and accept Imperial protection, thus freeing the Empire to engage with the occupying Federal forces in sympathy with the will of the people. This marked the first of many incidents in which the people of Alioth were used to advance the agenda of another power. Federation-sponsored insurrection. In 2530, the Federation set out to undermine Imperial control of Alioth by exploiting local resentment of the governor. They covertly supported acts of protest and petty vandalism. Then, when the inevitable Imperial crackdown followed, stoked the fires of social unrest. A terrorist movement called
System scan complete.
the
Frameshift drive charging.
Quakers emerged, and the atrocities escalated. The years that followed saw a protracted and degrading series of proxy wars and cynical propaganda campaigns as the Federal Imperial and corporate powers all contended for Alioth. The system made an abortive attempt to establish its independence in 2617, resulting in a short-lived cooperation between the Empire and the Federation, neither of which were willing to allow this. The Revolution. In the early 4th millennium, both the Federation and the Empire had a presence in the Alioth system. Fruitcake, now known as Gordonworld, was a federal protectorate, while the Empire had earlier conducted terraforming experiments on the world of New California and also held gas mining platforms in the system. The federal corporations supplying New California had raised the prices of their goods several times in the previous years, and when they imposed yet another price hike, the planet's inhabitants revolted. In the insurrection that followed, rebels commandeered any available ships and headed out to the gas mining platforms, where they attacked the outpost's corporate employees. Alarmed, the Empire and the Federation dispatched ships to put down the rebellion, but were beaten back by a hastily assembled force made up of fighters from Alioth and, crucially, volunteers from nearby independent systems. Neither the Empire nor the Federation were able to gain a foothold, and eventually both forces had to withdraw. The Empire faced too many logistical problems fighting so far from home, while the Federation's efforts were undermined by public sympathy for the rebels. An alliance was brokered. The victory in Alioth had proven that independent systems working together could hold their own against the superpowers. It fell to pilot Mick Turner and scientist Meredith Argent to ride the wave of public spirit and propose a permanent alliance, under whose aegis independent systems could enjoy freedom from imperial and federal interference. The alliance was founded in 3230, and in the next 2 decades, it expanded its membership to more than 20 systems, some defecting from the Federation and the Empire, others pledging as independents. The Alliance. Society. Many worlds, few rules, no overlords. The Alliance's Articles of Membership are designed to unite the member systems with strong, straightforward bonds that allow as much self-determination as possible. Membership guarantees mutual prosperity through guaranteed free trade and security through the Alliance Defense Force, while leaving much of the business of government to the individual members.
System scan complete. Frameshift
The Alliance Assembly acts as a central arbitration committee, helping to settle disputes between member systems. It also oversees formal arrangements between members, such as treaties, research goals, and mutually agreed policies. As no one system can be allowed to carry more weight than another, the Assembly frequently finds itself bogged down in endless back-and-forth negotiations. Getting them to agree on anything is a task often compared to herding linglangs, notoriously ill-tempered carnivores from the Akanar system. A body of civil servants who remain uninvolved in politics handle most of the day-to-day administrative work that enables the Alliance to function. Conditional autonomy for member systems. Alliance members are required to subscribe to and uphold a code of human rights, and to have a democratically elected government. Citizens of any member state have a right of freedom of movement and residence within any other member state. Furthermore, all member systems are obliged to give immediate military assistance to any fellow member when necessary. The Alliance. Military. The Alliance Defense Force. While each Alliance member system maintains its own navy, all members are required to commit ships and crew to the Alliance Defense Force. This rapid response group usually remains within Alliance space, and its tasks vary from providing a beleaguered system with military assistance to evacuating settlements hit by natural disaster. A 6-member Council of Admirals oversees the Alliance Defense Force. It is accountable to the Assembly, but does not require its approval before taking action. This freedom of decision-making prevents urgent military action being delayed by tedious debate. The Alliance. Culture and values. Cooperation, mutual aid, tolerance, and respect. The values that bind the Alliance systems also hold true on an interpersonal level. Just as the different worlds of the Alliance formally recognize one another's legitimacy and value, individuals are generally reluctant to show prejudice against others and will band together to help those in genuine need. Diversity is strength. Members of the Alliance are not obliged to conform to what they consider the corporate saturation of federal culture or the status-obsessed posturing of the Imperials. Individual systems are encouraged to preserve and celebrate their own cultural identities. This approach results in a rich variety of artistic, literary, and dramatic output. Free to speak, free to protest. One curious cultural constant across the Alliance members systems is the way the citizens indulge their freedom to complain. They can criticize their governments without fear of repression, and they frequently do so. Previous experience of exploitation has left many citizens cynical, but possessed of a certain mordant humor and a willingness to take life as it comes. The Alliance. Diplomatic relations. The Federation. Alliance attitudes to the Federation vary sharply, depending on whether one is asking about the Federation's government or its citizenry. The government is seen as a hidebound relic, unable to arrest its slow decline into decadence, but the general populace are much more compassionately viewed. An Alliance citizen, proud of his or her own emancipation, is likely to have a rather condescending view of a federal citizen. They are characterized as ignorant dupes, kept satiated by mass-market entertainment and branded consumer goods. This is not seen as their fault, however. On the contrary, it is widely held that the Federation and the corporate barons deliberately keep the people in this servile state. The Alliance is more interested in enticing federal systems to join its union, thereby winning the moral war, than in exacting vengeance for the wrongs of the past. There has been too much violence already. The Empire. To the Alliance, the Empire is anathema. With its monolithic culture, veneration of opulence, disdain for human rights and tolerance of slavery, it could not be further from the Alliance's values of mutual respect and freedom from exploitation. Yet, for all this, many Alliance members would rather deal with the Empire than the Federation. The common belief is that the Federation will always pretend to be something it is not. At least with the Empire, you know what you're dealing with. Most Alliance citizens view the emergence of a progressive movement within the Empire with cynicism. Everyone knows that the Empire is incapable of changing its ways. The whole imperial social model is an imitation of the past. But some in the Alliance nevertheless welcome the ascension of the first female emperor. The edifice may not be about to crumble, but such a profound change cannot be ignored. The Thargoids. Human Thargoid contact. The Thargoids are a non-human race with a history of hostility towards humanity. The first recorded encounter with a Thargoid ship took place in 2849, although earlier undocumented encounters are believed to have taken place. In the years that followed, contact with lone Thargoid vessels was intermittently reported. Humanity
System scan complete.
clashed with the Thargoids in the 32nd century, but details of the conflict remained scarce
Shift drive charging.
for many years, and it proved difficult to differentiate authentic accounts of Thargoid encounters from the sensationalist media stories of the time. The discovery of abandoned intergalactic naval reserve arm base in 3303 did much to dispel the fog, however. The INRA, a joint federal imperial initiative established in 3193, was responsible for researching the Thargoids and developing technologies to counter their aggression. But the organization's lack of accountability meant that the details of its research did not come to light until years after its dissolution. Almost all of the reliable data concerning the Thargoids has been sourced from INRA facilities. This data, originally deemed highly confidential, was declassified in 3304, following a resolution from the federal government and an imperial decree. Some controversy over the backing and funding of the INRA remains, however. The Thargoids. Society. The INRA discovered that Thargoid society is organized into hives, with most Thargoids falling into three categories: queens, princesses, and drones. Queens function as reproducers, while drones serve to maintain a favorable environment for the rest of the hive. Thargoid hives can be vast, although it may be that some of the larger observed groups are in fact multiple, overlapping hives. Ultimately, little is known for sure. The average Thargoid queen is at least as intelligent as a human being, while the typical drone possesses a more rudimentary level of intelligence. Existing evidence suggests that queens have extremely long lifespans, living for hundreds or even thousands of years. The variable size of queens' neurocraniums suggests this might be an indicator of age. Little is known about the precise nature of Thargoid reproduction, but it is likely that queens can reproduce both sexually, with other queens, and asexually. It is thought that the latter method
System scan complete.
produces drones, while the former produces a new queen. Analysis of Thargoid specimens
Shift drive charging.
led some INRA researchers to believe that a new queen, or princess, becomes a full queen only once it has produced drones of its own. Significantly, queens are believed to be single-sex. The Thargoids' ability to reproduce asexually means that their populations can expand incredibly quickly, but it is thought that they deliberately restrict the size of the populace so as to not to deplete all available resources. There is evidence to suggest that this is sometimes achieved by culling older drones. INRA testing indicated that queens perceive drones as entirely expendable, presumably due to the ease with which they can be replaced. Indeed, a Thargoid queen appears to give no more thought to the loss of a drone than a human would an eyelash. The Thargoid.
Disengaged.
Communication. The belief that Thargoids were capable of some form of extrasensory communication was often cited in the early years of human-Thargoid interaction, but prior to the discovery of INRA records, it was not fully understood. Professor Yuri Anslow of the INRA theorized that a Thargoid queen can communicate with the drones in its hive via a spread-spectrum electronic signal, and can use this signal to control the drones, and even to share their sensory input. Studies of battlefield footage certainly suggest some kind of near-instantaneous communication among Thargoids, and the presence of low-level radio noise in areas occupied by Thargoids indicates that they do indeed communicate via short-range electronic signals. Professor Anslow went on to claim that a queen could effectively see and hear through its drones, but her contemporaries were skeptical, dismissing the assertion as baseless. Professor Ishmael Palin, one of the galaxy's foremost experts on the Thargoids, has even gone so far as to denounce Anslow as a glory hound. Thargoids have been known to make staccato clicking noises with their mouthparts.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
When in the presence of humans, punctuated with occasional hisses and buzzes. They've also been observed directing such noises at one another, albeit much less frequently. Professor Albert Tesreau, a founding member of the Joint Superpower Initiative, AEGIS, and a specialist in interspecies communication, has studied INRA audio logs and suggested that the sounds probably represent some kind of language due to the repetition of certain sound combinations. It is unclear why the Thargoids would sometimes choose to communicate with each other vocally, given their capacity for extrasensory communication. Professor Anslow suggested that the sounds could be designed to intimidate enemies or opponents, noting that Thargoids often produce them prior to combat. Thargoid ships have been observed emitting a complex array of sounds, and in some cases subtly changing color. The exact meaning of these behaviors has not been determined, but they appear to correspond to different emotional states. What is not known is if these sounds are produced by the pilot and amplified by the ship, or emitted by the ship itself. If the sounds originate with the pilot, it would suggest some kind of physiological connection between pilot and vessel. Given the sophistication of Thargoid bioengineering, however, it is possible that the sounds come from the ship itself, and that Thargoid ships are able to feel and communicate to a limited degree. The hulls of Thargoid ships are typically emblazoned with one of several symbols, the meaning of which is unknown. Some have theorized that they could denote membership of a particular familial group, or possibly be an indicator of rank. The Thargoids. Physiology. Human understanding of Thargoid physiology is far from complete, but recovered INRA data has offered some insights into their nature. INRA records describe the average Thargoid as physically larger than a human being, and generally insectoid in appearance. Thargoid biology is carbon-based, using an RNA-like encoding for biological information, but Thargoid chemistry is based on ammonia rather than water. Consequently, while Thargoids can comfortably tolerate environments as cold as -80 degrees Celsius, they cannot withstand environments warmer than 45 degrees Celsius for long. According to notes compiled by Dr. Peregrine Hennig, an INRA researcher, Thargoids can survive for a significant time in the vacuum of space without apparent discomfort, and can tolerate radiation and extreme cold for far longer than a human. The Thargoids. Vulnerabilities. In 3151, the INRA developed a biological weapon known as the mycoid virus for use against the Thargoids. The virus was the result of an accidental discovery made by an INRA researcher, who noted that a particular strain of fungus was found to thrive on the hulls of Thargoid vessels, and appeared to be digesting the material of which the ship was made. The INRA refined the fungal strain and began experimenting on living Thargoids in their spacecraft. The mycoid proved to have deleterious effects on both, leading to the swift elimination of the Thargoids active in human-occupied space at the time. It is widely assumed that since the last human-Thargoid conflict, the Thargoids have developed an immunity to the mycoid virus. The Thargoids. Starships. In terms of structure and function, Thargoid vessels are radically different from anything produced by humanity, and are able to navigate hyperspace in ways that are not fully understood. They are also at least partly organic, meaning that they can self-repair or heal over time. Ship function in general, and this restorative ability in particular, have been shown to be dependent upon the so-called Thargoid heart, a biomechanical organ found in varying quantities in different Thargoid ships. These hearts often survive the destruction of the ship, enabling them to be salvaged, although they can also be targeted and damaged with appropriate weaponry. They are highly corrosive, however, and require special containers for safe transport. Thargoid vessels that have sustained combat damage exhibit scar-like patterns. Given that Thargoid technology is sophisticated enough for such damage to be repaired, it follows that the Thargoids might deliberately choose to preserve these scars. INRA logs document an encounter with a Thargoid mothership many times larger than other Thargoid craft, against which the mycoid virus was successfully deployed, although no such vessels have been reported in recent times. The Thargoids. Structures. Dozens of planets in human-occupied space are peppered with Thargoid barnacles, biological resource extractors that convert minerals into meta-alloys, a key component in the creation of Thargoid vehicles and technology. Theories that these barnacles have been genetically engineered by the Thargoids have yet to be verified. Larger structures, referred to as Thargoid surface sites, have also been discovered. These sites typically consist of a spiral-shaped structure, nestling within a shallow crater, beneath which lies a series of tunnels. At the heart of this subsurface network is a device that, once activated, emits a holographic star map. The sites are patrolled by semi-sentient biomechanical entities called scavengers.
System scan complete.
The Thargoids. War with the Guardians.
Frameshift drive charging.
Archaeological records have revealed that the extinct, non-human civilization known as the Guardians experienced conflict with the Thargoids many thousands of years ago. Logs recovered from Guardian sites indicate that the Thargoids were the aggressor in this conflict. Having seeded Guardian space with biomechanical constructs used for resource extraction long before the emergence of the Guardian civilization, the Thargoids apparently believed they were entitled to uncontested dominion of the territory. The Guardians attempted to communicate with the Thargoids and reach a compromise, but without success. Over the course of the conflict,
Fuel scooping.
the Guardians developed new technologies to give them an advantage against the Thargoids. These technologies were apparently successful, forcing the Thargoids to abandon their offensive.
Fuel scooping complete.
The Thargoids. Agenda. Thargoids do not attack indiscriminately, and their choice of target shows them to be highly intelligent. They have also conducted targeted strikes on Aegis facilities and attacked pilots carrying Thargoid items in their cargo holds, indicating that they know they are being studied and want to halt the process. But despite their evident intelligence, they appear to be completely uninterested in meaningful communication. The engineer Ramtar, who has extensively researched the Guardians and their war with the Thargoids, holds the view that Thargoid aggression is a product of territorialism. They seed an area with barnacles, thus laying claim to it, and return, sometimes many centuries later, to harvest the extracted resources. Any life form advanced enough to compete with them for the territory is treated as an enemy and summarily attacked. Professor Palin concurs with this view, adding that the Thargoids are apparently so determined to eliminate any threats to their long-term survival, they will not tolerate any advanced species in close proximity. The Guardians. Introduction. The Guardians were a non-human race that occupied a large area of space several million years ago. At its height, the Guardian civilization was technologically superior to human civilization
System scan complete.
of the 33rd century, and occupied an area of roughly equivalent size. The Guardians endured as a spacefaring civilization for at least 8,000 years before being destabilized by a lengthy civil war. The surviving Guardians were then destroyed by artificially intelligent machines of their own creation. The galaxy contains the ruins of dozens of Guardian settlements, and data logs recovered from these sites have allowed humanity to compile a remarkably detailed picture of Guardian society. The Guardians. Early history. The Guardian society originally consisted of groups of pack hunters who banded together for mutual protection before organizing themselves into clans. Even at this stage, the Guardians were highly intelligent and they developed sophisticated hunting strategies that quickly saw them become their planet's apex predator. The Guardians' nascent civilization consisted of two discrete ethnic groups, one based primarily in the south of the planet and one in the north. As these groups expanded, they began to encroach on each other's territory, leading to a conflict that quickly blossomed into civil war. The Northern Clan, despite being the smaller of the two groups, overcame their enemy swiftly and with minimal bloodshed, bringing the entirety of the Guardian civilization under their leadership. In the centuries that followed, the Guardian society developed rapidly. Despite their warlike instincts, the Guardians possessed a remarkable capacity for collaboration and compromise. Their willingness to defer immediate gains in favor of lasting societal benefits allowed them to establish a stable, mutually cooperative society that was to remain peaceful and prosperous for thousands of years. The Guardians. Technological era. Although the Guardian society was in many ways a model of social equilibrium, the Guardians were nevertheless at the mercy of an insidious issue: overpopulation. As their civilization grew and the amount of available land and resources dwindled, the Guardians set their sights on interplanetary colonization. By this time, the Guardians had developed a rudimentary form of space travel. But as the pressures of overpopulation became more acute, the rate of technological progress accelerated, and the Guardians' imperfect starships were soon supplanted by fast, powerful spacefaring vessels. In the centuries that followed, the Guardian civilization expanded rapidly, eventually coming to occupy a region equal to that inhabited by present-day humanity. The Guardians' next major development was the creation of an interstellar communications system known as the Monolith Network. In addition to functioning as a comprehensive cultural archive, the network allowed those connected to it to freely and instantaneously share knowledge and ideas. But connection to the network was dependent on the use of neural implants, and some of the Guardians were uneasy about this fusion of biological and non-biological. The Guardians. War with the Thargoids. Tens of thousands of years earlier, when the Guardians were still a non-spacefaring race, a group of Thargoids entered what would later become Guardian space, looking for new systems to colonize. In addition to earmarking several systems containing ammonia worlds, they prepared a number of planets for occupation by seeding them. Barnacles. These genetically modified constructs were designed to extract resources from a planet and transform them into resources more useful to the Thargoids. For the Thargoids, seeding a planet with barnacles was an important step in preparing an area for occupation. The Thargoids did not return to these systems for thousands of years, and when they did, they discovered that a new race had occupied them, the Guardians. The Thargoids promptly attacked, due to their innate territorialism. The Guardians responded with a partial retreat, but they also started trying to find ways to communicate with the Thargoids, hoping to determine the cause of their aggression and perhaps negotiate a truce. After considerable effort, they succeeded in acquiring sufficient understanding of the Thargoids' language to determine the invaders' agenda. But they were unable to convince the Thargoids they bore them no ill will, and the Thargoids were unshakable in their belief that they must repel any race that posed a potential threat. The Guardians were left with no choice but to defend themselves militarily. At first, they deployed soldiers, but they quickly realized that drones and other mechanized defenses would be more effective against such a physically formidable enemy. Within a relatively short period of time, the Guardians' war machines became highly sophisticated, able to recognize Thargoid engineering and to operate entirely independently. Similarly, the Thargoids' biomechanical technology was engineered to identify anything of Guardian origin. To this day, many millions of years after the Guardians disappeared, Guardian artifacts are still able to recognize Thargoid technology, and Thargoid technology still reacts negatively to the presence of Guardian artifacts. The Guardians' war machines felt no fear, fatigue, or uncertainty. The Thargoids, meanwhile, had entered Guardian space unprepared for a protracted military campaign, and ultimately they were forced to retreat. For the Guardians, this was cause for celebration, but many still harbored doubts about the rapid rate of technological progress, doubts that the development of sophisticated military hardware had done nothing to alleviate.
System scan complete.
The Guardians, final era. For decades, the Guardians have been experimenting with artificial intelligence, but the creation of the Monolith Network and the knowledge sharing it facilitated dramatically accelerated the rate of progress. Soon, the Guardians' experiments bore fruit, resulting in the first fully sentient machines. These constructs were seen as a means to further enhance the Guardians' technological mastery and were integrated into various aspects of their society. New neural implants were developed that connected the Guardians with both the constructs and the Monolith Network in a symbiotic circle. But not everyone was happy with this development. The Guardians had always venerated nature, and many saw this new paradigm as a perversion of the natural order. A schism emerged between the nature-worshipping traditionalists and the technologically minded progressives, a schism that widened with alarming speed. Efforts were made to diffuse the rising tension, but the traditionalists felt irrevocably alienated by the rapid rate of change. The constructs and the Monolith Network became scapegoats for all manner of social ills, and the traditionalists began to clamor for a return to simpler times. Ultimately, the ideological divergence proved insurmountable, and a second civil war erupted, quickly engulfing most of the Guardian star systems. In its early stages, the war was fought primarily by soldiers, but within a decade, and after significant loss of life, most of the fighting was conducted remotely. The progressives fought their enemies with automated war machines, while the traditionalists relied mostly on biological weapons. The internecine conflict raged for over 100 years, bringing the Guardian civilization to its knees and retarding further social development. The increasingly zealous traditionalists devoted most of their resources to honoring the dead, exacerbating the problem. As the Guardian society declined, most withdrew into fortified settlements. Meanwhile, the artificially intelligent constructs were horrified by the destruction unfolding around them. Extrapolating from the current situation, they determined that even if peace was restored, the Guardians would never be able to transcend their violent natures. They decided that the only way to preclude further violence, while giving the construct's burgeoning society the best possible chance of survival, was to destroy what remained of the Guardian civilization. By this time, the constructs had been given
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
complete control of the Guardians' munitions and automated war machines. Their attack, when it came, was swift and merciless. The strikes were executed with a precision that only a machine race could accomplish. The Guardians were utterly destroyed. The Guardians. Physiology. The Guardians were a bipedal race, and the typical Guardian was taller and more slender than the average human. They had small round eyes, a vestigial nose, and 4 digits on each hand. Their vision was superior to that of humans, while their sense of smell was poorer. Their senses of hearing and touch were roughly equivalent to our own. The Guardians had pinkish-red skin, but there was some variation among ethnic groups, with tones ranging from pale pink to deep crimson. They also had serrated bony ridges on the outside of their forearms, which were used as weapons during their early history, when they were still semi-primitive pack hunters. The Guardians' environmental needs were broadly similar to those of humans. Their homeworld was warmer and had lower gravity than most Earth-like worlds. And when they began to colonize other planets, they typically favored ones that shared these qualities. The Guardians had 2 genders and reproduced sexually. Procreation was a matter of personal choice, but each individual was obligated to be a parent at least once in their life to ensure the continuation of their genetic line. The average gestation period was around 300 days, and infants were effectively helpless for a period after birth. Much like human young, infants were raised in communal creches rather than by their parents, in keeping with the collaborative philosophies that underpinned Guardian society. The Guardians. Society. The Guardians' social constructs were the key not only to their rapid development, but also to the stability that defined the halcyon days of their civilization. Although the Guardians had a natural tendency towards collaboration, it was not until the end of the First Civil War that this tendency had a measurable impact on their society. The social reorganization that followed the war included the creation of statutes that defined not only individuals' rights, but also their responsibilities to each other. As the Guardian Society developed, further laws were passed that required individuals to participate in socially progressive activities, from caring for the young to conducting scientific research. These responsibilities were supported by the state, which made education and information freely available to all. For most of their history, the Guardians had no formal faith, but the creation of the monolith
Critical.
network precipitated the emergence of a nature religion that
Fuel scoop disengaged.
decried the veneration of technology. Although this religion had its roots in the Guardians' long-standing reverence for the natural world, it quickly became a radical movement, violently opposed to the use of neural implants and other advanced technologies. Ultimately, however, this new religion was to endure for only a short period, its existence cut short by the destruction of the Guardian Society. The Guardians. Technology. The Guardians' pre-industrial history was in many ways similar to that of the human race, with the development of tools and agriculture proving central to their development. But one respect in which they differed was in their understanding of biological engineering. The practice of selective breeding in order to eliminate or promote certain genetic traits began before the First Civil War, and as the Guardian Society progressed, their skill as genetic engineers developed in step. After the war, the Guardians developed the ability to enhance their immune systems to guard against infection, and engineered specific microorganisms to eliminate biological threats. Genetic manipulation also played a part in prenatal care, which involved the removal of hereditary diseases and other undesirable conditions prior to birth. The Guardians were an ecologically conscientious people who assiduously avoided the use of rockets and fossil fuels. Their first spacecraft lacked any form of internal propulsion and were fired into space with electromagnetic launchers. Pilots and passengers were cocooned inside bubbles of breathable gel, which protected them from G-forces of launch and doubled as hibernation pods during long journeys. When it came to warfare, the Guardians relied initially on the blade-like protrusions on their forearms, and later on simple weapons like spears and bows. As they entered the technological era, they developed electromagnetic projectile weapons, utilizing the same technology they used to launch their first spacecraft. They also developed extremely effective shields, capable of protecting entire cities, and even of withstanding orbital bombardment. At that time, however, large-scale conflict was virtually unheard of, and it was not until the conflict with the Thargoids that further military innovations were made. The Guardian's Second Civil War was fought principally with bespoke biological weapons employed by the traditionalists and automated war machines used by the progressives. The shields that protected the Guardian cities were unable to resist these new weapons, forcing many of the Guardians to withdraw into heavily fortified settlements. But the Guardians' most significant technological achievements were unarguably the creation of the monolith network and the development of artificial intelligence. The use of neural implants to connect the Guardians with their creations could have ushered in a whole new era of scientific and technological discovery, but unfortunately, these innovations were to lead only to the Guardians' destruction. The Guardians. Language. The Guardians shared a single language, with only minor regional variations.
System scan complete.
And even after they colonized other planets, they continued to share a common tongue. The Guardians had three primary forms of communication: a spoken language, a gestural language, and a written language. There's spoken language emerged first, followed by a gestural language that allowed them to communicate silently while hunting. This sign language formed the basis of their written language. Consequently, while their written and gestural languages correlated closely, their spoken language was largely distinct. The Guardian's spoken language was used principally to communicate emotional concepts and played a central role in social bonding, while their written language was used mainly to communicate formal and practical ideas. Significantly, their written language was logographic, meaning the words and phrases were represented by single characters. The Guardians. Human Guardian contact. In 3301, the federal presidential vessel, Starship One, suffered catastrophic drive failure during a tour of Frontier Systems, resulting in the ship's destruction. Jasmina Halsey, at that time the federal president, was left drifting in an escape pod, unconscious. During this period of stasis, Halsey believed she was visited by transdimensional beings of extraordinary intelligence and compassion.
Hey,
Later,
Axe Killer, you
when she
still
was
watching, bro?
rescued and revived, she was left.
If you are still watching, do you want me to explain some of the heads-up display to you? Nice, bro. So, you might be wondering how I always know which direction to face my ship to get to my next target, right? So, you see the big circle in the middle, that's the HUD that shows my speed on the right and my heat on the left. If you look right above that to the left in the corner, there's that little circle that has that white dot. If you look, that little circle, that's like a crosshair basically, and that shows you where your ship is facing in relation to what you have targeted. So when you're doing combat or black box retrievals or when you're mining, in general, whenever you have something targeted, that little that little crosshair, you're looking for that white dot. And you see how the dot is hollow? That means I'm pointed exactly away from it, like 180 degrees. So if I just spin 180 degrees around, then I'll be facing my target. Also in the center, in the middle, we have our little radar thing, right? And that shows you where things are in relation to you. So, let me get the sun centered up. Yeah, the little crosshair with the white dot. That's how I always know which direction to face and how I always end up facing the direction I'm supposed to go. So that shows you your targeting. And then yeah, on the right there's the speed. C is the speed of light, by the way. And on the left, that little bar is the heat. It goes up when I fuel scoop. So, but now, let's talk about the sensors. So in the middle, you see how the sun is there? You can tell that it's above you, and how much it's above you by the length of that line, and then where it's at. So you see that little circle? That means that it's like, or not above, below, and then how far away you are. Sorry. So that means that it's below me, and if I come around, sure enough, there's the star. And then if I bring it above, there we go. Now you can see how the line shows you how far above and below you it is. So yeah, that's the heads-up display. the aspects that I wanted to talk about anyways. Just because I remember my first time playing this game, I had no idea about the little crosshair thing. That way you can kind of know what's going on the screen, you know, instead of just watching me do things, you can kind of know what's going on and what I'm doing. I think that's the only thing that really isn't self-explanatory, is just that little circle thing, and then how the radar in the middle works. You know, so. Other than that, I think everything else should be pretty self-explanatory. But if you have any other questions, just let me know, bro. I'll try to answer them as best as I can. I've been playing this game for a while, so I know most of the basics. It's mostly the advanced things like ship engineering and like outfitting the ship for Thargoid battles. I've never fought any Thargoids in my entire life. I've seen one. It was the scariest thing that ever happened to me in this game. Because with your first encounter, they're usually pretty peaceful, but when we're doing the hyperspace jumps, that's called hyperspace, right? Well, or witch space? Witch space, that's what it's called. It's called witch space, I think. Well, the Thargoids... Hold on, let me back up. So the way that the frame shift drive works is it has what's called super cruise, right? And it basically folds and unfolds space. It's like an LQBR drive, but instead of using gravity in front of you and behind you to warp your speed, it uses like the folds of... I don't fucking know. The point is, one of the modes of fucking the frame shift drive, it's called Super Cruise, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm in Super Cruise. And that's what lets me do the faster than light travel inside of the star system. So in Super Cruise, you can use a module that's called an interdictor. I don't know how the interdictor works either. I would have to Google all this shit. I might just do it in a second to explain it anyways. But you can use what's called an interdictor to rip people out of Super Cruise and put them back into normal space with normal speeds. And that's one of the things that you do with bounty hunting. You take an interdictor, and then you take a kill warrant scanner, and you scan people, and if they have a kill warrant, then you use the interdictor to rip them out of space, and then you blow them up, right? Well, the Thargoids, they will interdict you out of witch space, or hyperspace, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. The point after we do the jump right here, in the 4, 3, 2, 1. Normally, the interdictors have no effect on this. You humans, they don't know how to affect this. That's why they say that Thargoids, they move through witch space different than the way that people do, and that we don't understand how. Thargoids will rip you out of witch space and then put you back into frame 1 reference or whatever. And then what they do after they rip you out of space while you're mid-jump, they basically EMP the fuck out of your ship so that everything's dead for like 5 minutes. Or however long the encounter lasts or whatever. And you get put onto emergency oxygen. Here, let me show you that really quick. Because that's pretty scary too. I can't do it for very long though, because I don't have a lot of emergency oxygen, but... That is Super Cruise. And if I go into here, where is the... Yeah, so if I turn the life support off, right? You can put on... Oh, I got 25 minutes oxygen. I'm not too worried then. You can put onto emergency oxygen, and yeah, they EMP the fuck out of your ship. They turn everything off. Like, if I turn the thrusters off, like, I cannot move. I'm stuck here. Like, there's... there's nothing here to, like, you know? It's bad. So yeah, they EMP the fuck out of your ship, and then usually if you don't attack them, they'll leave you alone for your first encounter. They're pretty peaceful for your first encounter. It is scary as shit, because I didn't know what the fuck was going on, and I just get ripped out of space, and then my ship gets EMP'd, and then I see this massive fucking starfish-looking thing right in front of my face, and they scream at you, or like, scream is like the wrong word, but like the ships, they roar or whatever. It's scary as shit. If I ever manage to get back to Seoul in a timely manner, I might try to go Thargoid hunting at some point in the indefinite future, but the other thing with Thargoids, you have to have specially engineered weapons. You have to have AX weapons, the anti-Xeno weapons. I actually don't know if I have any of those unlocked or engineered or whatever, because maybe you can buy them as modules from a star station? I'm not sure. My understanding was that you had to engineer your weapons to be anti-Xeno, but you might be able to buy anti-Xeno weapons as modules. Either way, fighting the aliens, it's scary shit, bro. I also think it's funny how the further and further away that I get from the galactic center, or the galactic core, the grayer and grayer that the fucking sky becomes, when I'm pointed away. I was really hoping for a fucking neutron jump before I wrapped things up, but I'm starting to think that it's not gonna happen. I got one more beer that I can drink, and then that'll be 6 beers on this game. I only got 6 left, so we're gonna have to switch to Microsoft Flight Simulator after that for sure. I really want to do a neutron jump before I finish. If I don't end up getting one, then I won't end up getting one, but I really want to try to get far enough to do a neutron jump. There ain't no goddamn way that they ain't gonna have at least one jump. I don't believe that there's any way that after I did at least 10 on the way here, I don't believe that I won't get any. I don't know why I haven't gotten any yet. I don't know. I really want to do one before we finish for the day. But yeah, I only got one more beer left, so I'm gonna finish it, and then if we don't get it, we don't get it. That's the way it goes sometimes. Well, enough yapping from me. Let's get back to the fucking playlist here. And I think we're almost finished with what I had queued up. So I'll probably clear the playlist after this, and then put some more of the things in there.
The conviction that this experience had been real, and not merely a hallucination. Halsey proceeded to experience visions of mysterious alien worlds and cities, dense metropolises full of activity and life. She shared these visions with the rest of humanity, prompting explorers to set off in search of these undiscovered planets. This led to the discovery of the first Guardian ruins in the Sinuev XRH D11102 system. The fact that these sites were devoid of life led to speculation that Halsey had seen the Guardian worlds not as but as they had been. In the months that followed, several...
Actually, hold on, let me pause it. So I'm going to tell you a couple other things that maybe aren't quite so self-explanatory. So, with the HUD, if you look up into the info panel up here, watch the info panel when I hit the button here to start the friendship drive. See how it says Class M Red Dwarf Star? You can also filter in the map here the types of stars that are scoopable. Here in Elite Dangerous we use the acronym KGB foam. Any star that is a KGBFOA or M type star. So basically from this color of red up to the blue, the red dwarfs, you can scoop off of any of those stars. But for the L, the T, the Y, and the proto stars, the carbon stars, any of these stars, you cannot scoop off of those. So when we're desperate for fuel and stuff, we'll filter by the KGB foam so that we can only use scoopable stars and stuff. That's one thing in the info screen, and with the HUD that maybe isn't quite so self-explanatory. And then once we get to this next star, I'll explain the other thing that I wanted to talk about. And it has to do with the little radar sensor in the middle there, and with proximity and stuff. Hopefully this next system won't have too many astronomical things, because if we can get a full scan, then I can straight up dictate what I just thought of as it happens. But basically, if you look at the star as we pass it, you'll see it turns red. When it's red, that means if I hit the if I hit the friendship drive, when it's red, I'll overheat while I'm scooping. As soon as it turns orange again, that's when you can hit the drive to do the next jump. That's another thing that, yeah, I just thought I'd explain really quick, because, yeah. It's about how close you are to the star. When you charge the friendship drive, it builds your heat, and if you're in the red zone, then you'll overheat because you are too hot from the sun, as well as the friendship drive. So that's another joke, is we call it the friendship drive. Yeah, just a couple other things that maybe aren't quite so self-explanatory. Trying to think if there's anything else that you can see on screen that doesn't explain itself. No, that's it pretty much, yeah. Oh, I guess the only other thing that you might not know is that that little bar, that 98% bar, that is my ship's overall integrity. So if we go over here into the modules, you can see the health of the internals. Most of my internals are slightly damaged because when you do a jet cone boost, you damage your internals slightly because you like overcharge them, right? But the overall integrity is like the overall health of the ship, and once that one reaches 0, the ship is dead. So your internals with your modules, some of these can go to 0 and then they'll just malfunction and stop working. So like if my shield generator broke, then I just wouldn't have any shields. You know, if my thrusters broke, I wouldn't be able to move. So on and so forth. Yeah, that one's the overall integrity of the ship.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
And this part doesn't matter for the purposes of my stream. Also over here you can see the priority, and then you see the output and the usage. So the output is how much power you output, right? And then your usage is how much of the power that your power plant or whatever is putting out that you're using. And then what you do with these priority groups, you want to set... Whoa, get me the fuck out of here. Get me out of here. That was scary. I hate when they put me right in the middle of both of the stars.
Disengaged.
Let's get a good look at that really quick, though. Anyways, you want to set your priorities when you're doing things like combat and stuff, so that way, if your usage exceeds your output, the important things don't get shut off. Because when your usage exceeds your output, things get turned off, right? So, something that happens sometimes if you don't have a powerful enough power plant, or if you don't have a good enough power distributor, when you deploy your hard points, which is what the guns are called, when you deploy your hard points, sometimes you'll use more power than what you're outputting with your hard points deployed. So maybe with, you know, the super cruise assist. Oh, that doesn't use any power. What uses power? Okay, the auto field maintenance unit. Like, these don't need to be active during combat unless you're using them. The planetary vehicle hangar, that doesn't need to be used. It just turns things off, and the priority order determines what things get turned off when. So the things that are on priority 1, they won't get turned off until you exceed the threshold that makes the turn off. The things that are on 4 and 5, or 3 and 2, those will get turned off like first, basically. And the things that are on priority 1, they won't get turned off until last.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Other than that, I think that's pretty much it.
further sites were found. The engineer Ramtar started researching the Guardians and eventually succeeded in developing a decryption algorithm that could decode Guardian data, leading to a much deeper understanding of their lost civilization. Since then, other engineers have leveraged Ramtar's discoveries to develop Guardian human technology.
Oh, I know. I can tell you something about how acceleration works in this game. So each interstellar object has what's called like a gravity well, right? And that's what like bends like the fabric of space or whatever, right? And so as you get further from the gravity wells of the interstellar objects, that's what makes you accelerate. So you can see that as I get further and further outside of the system, my speed is going up. But if I turn around, even as I'm turning, I'm still accelerating. But if I turn around so that I'm pointed back into the gravity well, you'll see that I start to decelerate. And I will continue decelerating as I go further and further into the gravity well of the stellar object. Even though my throttle is at maximum. Because, yeah, my throttle is at maximum right now. But you'll see I'll keep decelerating as I get closer and closer into the gravity well. But then again, if I turn away, then I start accelerating. Because I'm moving out of the gravity well, and so the gravity well stops having so much effect. That's something that isn't always intuitive in this game, and isn't clearly explained necessarily. Just trying to think of things that I know about this game that I could tell you that maybe aren't obvious on the surface. That's another reason why I almost always just start pointing away from the fucking sequence star or whatever and just moving towards my destination, because that's the only way that you can really accelerate, you know? You gotta get out of the gravity well. Oh, okay. I finally... so I googled how the FSD works, the frameshift drive, and why it allows faster than light travel. So what it does... instead of using gravity masses to propel you through space, what it does is it warps the fabric of space instead. And so it moves space around you instead of moving you through space. And that's why you get faster than light travel with the FSD. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but I think I get what they're getting at. The common problem with faster than light travel is that when you accelerate to light speeds, you know, the closer you get, the more mass it takes to accelerate you and stuff. And then there's also the mass itself cannot be accelerated beyond light speed. My understanding is that at a certain point, velocity becomes... At a certain point, instead of it being like, how do you call it? At a certain point, velocity stops being motion, and velocity starts being vibrational action instead, the way that atoms move. The way that atoms behave, they vibrate. They don't necessarily have, like, momentum, and they don't move. It's hard to put into words what I'm trying to say, but basically, at a certain point, when you get closer and closer to light speed, it stops being about velocity, and it becomes more about vibrational energy. And mass simply cannot overcome that vibrational speed limit, because it'll convert into light. If you pass light speed, then you convert into light and you stop having mass. So mass cannot cross that threshold. So the way that the drives work in this game, I believe, is instead of... It's kind of like an Alcubierre drive, where it uses positive and negative mass on either side of the ship to, like, push and pull. But instead of using the mass to affect the ship and to move the ship, what we're doing is we are folding and compressing space and unfolding and expanding space in you know, the relative directions to move us. And so instead of us moving through space at those speeds, we are moving space around us instead. If that makes sense. I think that's the only way that I can explain it, that it makes sense. And that's why the mass influence of the gravitational bodies has so much effects, because the interstellar bodies, they're already warping and affecting space with its frame of reference. So I don't understand it personally, but that's just how they explain it in game. That's how they explain it in game, basically, is that instead of accelerating the ship, we are literally moving space by, like, folding it in on itself or whatever. I don't fucking know. I don't know how it works, but that's what they say. I think that's about the closest that I could get to putting it into comprehensible terms as possible.
System scan complete.
Oh, that would have been nice to know. I could have just jumped already. As for the hyperspace jumps, I don't actually know how that works. But yeah, that's how they move the ships at light speed in this game without violating relativity. Which relativity really isn't even about that we can't move around through space at faster than light speeds. It's more just about like I was saying, holy shit, 56 fucking gravitation. Oh my god. That's a lot. But it's like I was saying before. At a certain point, when you get closer and closer to light speeds, at a certain point, it stops being about how fast you're pointed in one direction, and it becomes more about how much energy the mass is vibrating with. You can only put so much energy into it before the vibrational speeds convert into light, you know. And that's what the speed limit's about, you know. Is that when it hits that threshold, it turns into light and it stops being mass. And that's kind of a problem for people, you know. People need mass. They can't. You can't be a person and still be light, because our bodies don't work that way.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
See if there's anything interesting on here. Sure, it's taking the system map a while to load. Holy shit, let me pause the thing for a second. So we got how many gas giants? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn. It what must not be named try to do a fucking voice command. Anyways. Got 6 all with their own things. Let's take a look at the orrery so we can see how they all orbit each other. Oh, it's all just on the ecliptic too. pretty cool, honestly. Nice little system we got here. Alright, let's get out of here.
Frameshift drive charging.
We're making decent progress, though. On our jumps, you know? Here in just a minute, I'll open up the galaxy map so that we can see how far away we are.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
About halfway done with my last beer for the game. I'm gonna pop a pouch in, we're gonna get some shit going on the playlist, and I'm gonna fucking try to focus so we can get through as much as we can. Before I switch over to Flight Simulator here soon. Let's take a look at the galaxy map. So we are here. Made it a good way away now.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Like a third of the way to the halfway point now. Here pretty soon we'll be halfway. I think this is like halfway to the halfway point right here. This nebula right here. Yeah, that one really is like halfway to the halfway point. You know what? I'm gonna set my waypoint for this nebula right here. We're gonna go see that one on our way to the next nebula. It's actually the halfway point that I have set up here, so that we can see this nebula on our way through. Get some really nice views through the nebula here. We got another one on the way there. And probably another one on the way there. So, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna go see this one. Go see this one on the way there. Shouldn't take us too far out of the way, I don't think. We need to pick a good spot to arrive, though. Probably... if we make our approach through the nebula, like... maybe right here? And that way... no... like right here, yeah. And that way I can go through the center here. And then get to the halfway point, yeah. So we'll come like right here. Really, any one of these stars will do. Star type is this? Yellow? Let's go ahead and bookmark this. This one's called Bop. Bop right here. Let's go ahead and rename this. I'm just going to call it Stop Here. And then... yeah, we're going to go here. No point in being out here and doing all this exploration if we can't go see some nice things. I mean, the credits from scanning so many fucking systems is gonna be nice, but literally half of the whole reason why I came out here was for the views. To go see Sagittarius and the view from Colonia to home and all that. So yeah, let's go see some nebula. Probably won't see it today. Let's make that our first stopping point. Do some tourist shit, and maybe I'll come back to this game like a bit later in the work week. Kind of not feeling any of the story games I got going on right now. I know I need to finish The Witcher. I mean, I started on Kingdom Hearts 3. Got all the way to Toy Story. Did I get further than that? No, I stopped on Toy Story. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not feeling any of the story games that I got going on for me right now. I'm still just waiting for Grand Theft Auto 6. But... yeah, maybe I'll come back to this game outside of Microsoft Flight Simulator for a couple weeks until we get back to Seoul, at least. I'm not sure I got any bounty hunter in me right now. And if I'm playing Taxi, then I'll just do that in Flight Simulator for now. Yeah, let's go see this nebula. Sounds like a good goal for me this week. Try to get out there, see that nebula, and then maybe work on getting to our next nebula stop point. Yeah. So that's what you guys can look forward to for this week, is more Flight Simulator, so we get to a good point in the career where I feel like I can stop. More like when I want to stop anyways. Cause it's not so much about feeling when I can stop, it's more about wanting to. I'm just getting started. I'm loving that game. And especially, since Xkiller helped me out with, the time scale, so that I don't actually have to fucking sit through that shit in real time anymore. Cause I thought I had to do everything in real time. But, no. Some of it, yeah, but I'm even more excited to put like 1,000 hours into that game before we stop. But yeah, it's more about when I want to stop. So yeah, more Flight Simulator, and then I'll try to come back to this game at least 2 more times so that we can get, let's see, 118 jumps. We can do that. We can do that. That is doable this week. This week, I can do that. I will do that. That is my commitment to you guys. We will go see this nebula this week. It might take me the full 7 days, but we will go see it. The next nebula, I'm not going to say when we'll get to the next one, but we're going to go see this one. The one that's on the way. We're going to go see this one this week. How does that sound?
Fuel scooping complete.
Low-key, I'm actually excited now that I have a goal, because that's one of my problems with why I haven't been playing this game a lot, is that I don't do good when I don't have a specific goal, when I don't have like a structure like in mind or whatever. And that's one of the things that I love, what I've been loving about the Flight Simulator career mode, is that it has tons of structure and goals and all that good shit. I don't do good when I don't have like a goal in mind. So now that we have a goal, instead of just getting home, I think that yeah, it'll be fun. For me anyways. Because right now the goal is a little abstract, or was a little abstract. You know, getting home, making credits, maybe buying a new ship. That's all kind of abstract. That's the thing I struggle with, is kind of abstract when things are just like ideas and they're not fully formed, you know, and you kind of just have to like go with the flow and shit. But where we have something a little bit more concrete, something that we can like, you know, focus on, that's gonna be nice, I think. I just need to remember to take lots of screenshots when we get there. Lots and lots of screenshots. At some point, I should probably do a photo dump for you guys, where I just dump all of my screenshots. Because I have a lot of them, in lots of different games. I just haven't uploaded a lot of them, because I get too busy with my fucking real-life job. It takes a lot of energy out of me. 6,000 calories is not easy to maintain. As an output, you know. It requires a lot of rest, and oh, I'm starting to feel my age a little bit more. I'm only turning 28 this month, but I'm starting to feel my age a little bit more, and I can't consistently output 6,000 calories a day every day as much as I used to anymore. You know, I mean, it used to be that daily I'd output like 8,000 calories a day daily, and I'm just not on that level anymore. I'm getting old. My metabolism's starting to slow down a little bit, you know, like I'm getting tired. So
System scan complete.
it's just a bit much sometimes.
Drive charging.
That's why I haven't edited most of my shit either. Why I kind of just live stream it all for you guys. I'm just so tired all the time, man. 6,000 calories a day is not easy. I already naturally output 4,000 a day. So, like, yeah. Today, and I didn't even do anything today except fucking sleep, and then go to the store, and then start streaming with you guys. I literally slept all day today, basically. The last time that I was live, that's when I went to bed. And when I went live today, that's when I got home from going to the store and eating and getting my food. I've already put out 4,500, so... I mean, I output a lot already, like, naturally, but, like, hitting that 6,000 mark, it's hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, 6,000 isn't... That isn't necessarily what my job requires of everyone, but that's what my job requires of me. Because that's how much I do, so yeah. It just sucks.
Frameshift drive charging. System scan complete.
Okay. How interesting. Are any of them binary from where I can see? No. I love a 6-star system. That's funny as fuck.
Frameshift drive charging.
Well, pop-up pouch is done. I'm about to finish my beer. See how many jumps we're at when we get there, and then I'll decide where we're gonna go from there. $114 jumps. I guess that since this is the first time I've streamed this game in a long ass time, I will drink one more beer and we will push to break 100, so that way the next time I stream this game we will reach the nebula, because I think I can do 100 in a session. Me 100 jumps. If I'm generous and do 6 minutes per system, divide that by 60, and that's 10 hours. That's being generous and assuming 6 minutes per system, which is like not even realistic. Go grab my beer once we're done here, and then we'll time the next system using the clock up there. Use the clock to time the next system, and we'll average it across, like, if we're at 115 right now, we'll average it across across, like, let's say 10 systems. So when we get to 105, because we're at 115 right now, right? So if we average it once we get to 105, 114, okay. So if we average it once we get to 104, then that'll give us like a decent average time. So, but let me go grab my beer. And yeah, we'll do it. The thing is, we gotta do it from start to jump. I gotta time the spool up and the jump for, you know, through hyperspace too. So that's why we gotta wait. You know what? While I'm waiting though, since this is the only idle time we're gonna have, let me go ahead and clear the playlist. And let's get some more stuff queued up into the playlist too, for you guys' knowledge base. So we covered the Empire, the Federation, the Alliance, and the Darkoids, and the Guardians. We'll wait to cover these guys. We'll wait to cover those guys. Let's go ahead and add Colonia. And the Dark Wheel. And also Raxila. Realistically, I don't think we're gonna get through all of these. But let's start with Felicia, because she's my... If we have to pick a politician, if I had to pick a politician, one of these guys, the federal, the powers that be, I think that Felicia is the one who I would pledge myself to. Either Felicia or Zachary Hudson. Let's take a look in the map really quick before I go grab my beer. Let's go to Sol. System map. Zachary Hudson is the one who controls Sol. So my home station of the Abraham Lincoln is technically under Zachary Hudson, but my secondary home station is actually Rhea, which is Felicia Winter's home station. Her home place. Yeah, her headquarters. If we go into the map here, which one was my state? Oh, those are all fucking fleet carriers. That's not what I want. Carter Point. This one was my other home station for a long time. Carter Point. I really liked Carter Point because it's really green. There's lots of green in there, plant life and stuff. I only settled on the Abraham Lincoln because it's in Seoul. But yeah, Zachary Hudson, he's the other Federation power. Yeah, Felicia Winters has always been my sponsored politician. I guess we will do her bio first, and then I'll do Zachary Hudson. We might get far enough to get through Isling Duval. We'll check out this Duval as well. Since the Duvals are like the Empire's like royal family or whatever. So yeah, we'll do Felicia Winters first. And then, what was his bucket? Hudson, yeah, Zachary Hudson. And then the Duvals. If we get this far, I want to do DeLacy and Lacon. Because DeLacy and Lacon are the two corporations that I've bought the most ships through, as far as I'm aware. And we'll also add Universal Cartographics. And then we should be done by then. I mean, I've only got one more beer that I'm going to drink. 15 jumps, 14 jumps, so let me go grab my drink, and then, yeah, we'll get started. And we'll watch the clock, and we'll time it all out and average it, and we'll figure out how long it's going to take us exactly to get home, give or take. Alright, I got my beer. So 6:33 at 30 I will start the jump. So 6:30, 3:30. So from charge up to cool down, we're gonna figure out what it's like to do 10 jumps. For me, on average, anyways. 6:30, 3:30. I'm gonna just try to lock in and just try to focus as much as I can on just banging through them.
The Empire.
Disengage.
Colonia.
We were in a tight spot, and people came through for us without even being asked. That's what people do. Didn't hurt that the whole idea was flat out crazy, of course. That just made them more determined.
Jacques, owner of Jacques Station. Colonia lies some 22,000 light-years from the core systems, and was the first system in the Colonia Nebula to be settled by humanity. The circumstances of Colonia's founding are highly unusual. The system was colonized as a result of the spontaneous actions of independent pilots, rather than through a formal expansion program. The colonization of Colonia began with an accident involving Jacques Station, a jump-capable Orbis starport. In May 3302, the station executed a long-distance jump to Beagle Point, but when it failed to reach its destination, it was feared lost. In June 3302, an independent pilot discovered Jacques Station in the EL-PRU RST D394 system, suffering from technical issues and effectively stranded. The galactic community reacted swiftly, launching an independent supply drive to restore the starport to functionality. The relief effort soon exceeded its original objective, and many of those involved began to see the distant system as a chance to establish a new community, far from the wearisome conflicts and entrenched viewpoints of the core systems. Talk
Very
of a
far
permanent
indeed.
colony went from light-hearted speculation to serious planning.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
In September 3302, EL Pru RST D394 was formally renamed Colonia, and the first permanent settlement was constructed on the surface of Colonia 2A. An influx of migrants boosted the system's population, aided financially by the Colonia Council, the region's new governing body, and materially by independent pilots. Colonia is widely viewed as a monument to community spirit and human ingenuity, as well as being the first step into a previously uninhabited region of space. Colonia's population is still small, but the region is undergoing continual expansion and attracting attention from both enterprising corporations and optimistic migrants. To date, Colonia has remained untroubled by the strife that often plagues the core systems, earning it a reputation as a sanctuary. But it remains to be seen if this nascent community will thrive in isolation or be engulfed by political and corporate forces. The Dark Wheel.
Oh, they're out there, all right. I've never met them, but I know they're out there. Think about how well known the stories are. Now think about how easy it would be for some two-bit band of hucksters to pass themselves off as the Dark Wheel and start trading on their reputation. Doesn't happen, does it? Not for long, anyway. Whenever someone tries to usurp the Dark Wheel name, sooner or later they get quietly shut down. And that's how I know.
Felicity Farseer, Explorer. The Dark Wheel is the name given to a legendary group of adventurers, explorers, investigators, and treasure hunters, the existence of which is so lacking in cooperative evidence that it is generally considered a myth.
Frameshift drive charging.
The group is often mentioned in connection with the equally unsubstantiated Raxxla. Those who believe in the existence of the Dark Wheel consider it to be a continuous and clandestine organization. Operating since the very earliest days of interstellar travel. According to the law, only a handful of the bravest and most competent pilots of each generation are honored with an invitation to join the group. It is a futile attempt to contact the Dark Wheel on one's own initiative. However, it is always they who initiate contact, initially in disguise, revealing their true identity only once a suitable test of courage and skill has been discreetly administered and passed. Opposing theories assert that new members are selected on the basis of lineage, with existing members covertly training their children and revealing the fact of their membership only when the child is ready. Conversely, some members are believed to go to great lengths to prevent their children from ever becoming involved, since the group's secrets are dangerous. According to the self-professed Dark Wheel expert Lita Crane, a conspiracy theorist and people's journalist, who has painstakingly assembled an archive of relevant data, the original group was based in a disused starport, orbiting the 8th moon of an unnamed gas giant. The station was a toroid, hence wheel, and operated with a minimal power output so as to avoid detection, hence dark. Crane believes that this starport is still in use, and is the only means whereby the genuine Dark Wheel can verify its identity. New inductees can examine the records and artifacts preserved there, and thus satisfy themselves that the group has indeed been operating for centuries. No such starport has ever been found, however, and rival experts have accused Crane of forging her evidence in order to maintain the revenue from her billions of followers. Over the years, many people have claimed to be members of the Dark Wheel, to have identified some or all of the group's members, or to have discovered the group's location. But the contradictory nature of these claims suggests that most of them, if not all, are untrue. In 3300, a group identifying itself as the Dark Wheel emerged in the Shinrata Desra system, which is not accessible to pilots of lower than elite rank. It is not apparent if the
System scan complete.
group is a
Frameshift drive charging.
legitimate descendant of the original Dark Wheel, a reconstruction, or merely an opportunistic imitator. Raxxla. To the duel that burns on the brow of the Mother of Galaxies. To the Whisperer in Witch Space, the siren of the deepest void. The parent's grief, the lover's woe, and the yearning of our vagabond hearts. To Raxxla,
Fuel scooping.
alleged toast of the Dark Wheel. The legend of Raxxla has been circulating, in whispers, for centuries. The quest for this mysterious place, the location of which is
Fuel scoop disengaged.
the deadly secret, was said to be the principal aim of the Dark Wheel, a putative fraternity of legend chasers from the early days of interstellar travel. The earliest recorded mention of Raxxla dates from 2296, from the Journal of Art Tornqvist, a shipboard mechanic based in the Tau Ceti system. He writes, Cora comes home, soused and raving with wild stories, a new one every night. She claims she's found a map to some pirate stash, and all I have to do is loan her my ship so we can go dig it up. Maybe we should go find Raxxla while we're at it. Although Tornqvist's account is the first known attestation of Raxxla, it is clear from context that the myth was already in circulation. It is extremely difficult to find consistency among the various fragmentary rumors of Raxxla. Much like the ancient myths of Atlantis, El Dorado, and the kingdom of Prester John, interpretations of the story range from the skeptical to the outlandish. Raxxla has been suggested to be anything from an unremarkable moon to a state of cosmic enlightenment. The earliest documented stories tend to agree on several points, however: that Raxxla is a definite place, and that it holds a mystical secret. Several versions of the Raxxla story mention an alien artifact, the Omphilus Rift, described as a gateway or tunnel through which parallel universes can be accessed. These details, however, were later shown to bear a striking resemblance to the children's story, Princess Astrophel and the Spiraling Stars, and soon lost credibility. Undaunted, some Raxxla seekers insisted that the story's author had cunningly concealed facts about the mysterious locale in his book, as hints for those with eyes to see. Students of Raxxla lore have noted that the legend exerts a strangely potent fascination on the minds of seekers. Commentators have compared this sensation to Fernway, the uncountable longing for a place one has never seen. More than one interstellar treasure seeker has become obsessed with Raxxla to the exclusion of all other dreams, and spent his or her entire life in a futile search for it. Raxxla also plays a role in several conspiracy theories, most of which attest that it has already been discovered by some kind of sinister cabal or salt tyrant, which has leveraged its power,
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
establish covert dominance over humanity. Whatever the truth of the matter, one thing remains irrefutable. The legend of Raxxla continues to inspire explorers and conspiracy theorists to this day. Individuals. Felicia Winters.
Politics has always been a breeding ground for lies. But one lie outshines all the others. And today,
System scan complete.
we heard it once again. It is the insinuation that to seek a diplomatic solution is weak. That a preference for discussion over conflict means we're afraid to fight. We are accustomed to this, of course. We've heard the President's supporters pervert our words again and again. When we face up to the Federation's previous wrongs, they mock us. For our so-called liberal guilt. When we celebrate a détente between the superpowers that will help us oppose the Thargoid menace, they imply that we are traitors. But it is they who are afraid, and with good reason. Because the people of the Federation have had enough. They will no longer be manipulated into reckless conflicts that serve only to fatten the wallets of the arms dealers and the privileged. They will no longer pretend that Hudson's tub thumping and saber wrestling is anything more than vacuous propaganda. From star to star, Connolly to complex, satellite to station, we hear the same heartfelt cry. Let the mistakes of the past remain in the past, and let the Federation embrace only the best of itself. Let us return to the core values of hard work, honest trade, support for the vulnerable, and mutual respect. The people are ready for us. Let us be ready for them!
Felicia Winters, Liberal Party Annual Address, 3303. Felicia Winters is the head of the Liberal Party of the Federation, and as such serves as ex officio shadow president, opposite President Zachary Hudson of the Republican Party. Winters was born and raised on Taylor Colony, one of the oldest human colonies, and worked for the Sirius Corporation before going into politics full-time at the age of 44. Her current role was thrust upon her unexpectedly. Prior to 3301, Winters was Secretary of State to then President Jasmina Halsey. When both Halsey and Vice President Ethan Naylor went missing aboard Starship One, Winters became acting president. The assumption of this responsibility left her visibly shaken, and despite her popularity in Congress, it was widely felt that she was not up to the job. The Liberal Party was in a state of crisis at the time. Following the Lu conflict, a group of forces had sought to make the Lu system independent from federal control, prompting a declaration of war from the Federation. Many of the party's supporters were shocked by President Halsey's decision to open fire on refugee ships during the conflict. According to reports, Winters had questioned the action, arguing passionately with her friend Halsey behind closed doors while maintaining a front of public solidarity. Consequently, she found herself responsible for a party whose voter base had largely deserted it, and whose values had slipped out of alignment with her own. Shortly after Halsey's disappearance, Zachary Hudson called for an emergency vote of no confidence that he resoundingly won, resulting in his appointment as the president. Given the massive support for Hudson and the disarray among the Liberals, Winters was expected to resign and let the Liberal Party rebuild itself from the ground up. Instead, she threw herself into her work, leading efforts to persuade various systems not to defect to the Alliance, and distributing aid packages to planets in need. Her energetic and proactive approach led to fresh support for both her and her party, and she currently rivals Hudson in the popularity stakes. Individuals: Zachary Hudson.
The truth is that you cannot escape adversity. You have to stand up and face it. And that's how you get stronger. That's how you learn. Well, maybe you miss a meal or two. Maybe your kids have dirty faces and shabby clothes. If that's what it takes to get you out looking for work, then so be it. I'm not gonna insult you by pitying you. Because I know you can do better. And you know it too. I'm not a monster, despite what the liberals think.
Disengaged.
I believe in government aid, but I believe it should be reserved for times of genuine crisis. And being poor is not a crisis. People can do remarkable things when they're properly motivated, and that motivation is something no amount of government money can provide. Without it, we'd still be on Earth, jostling for whatever scraps of living space the state gave us. I have a framed quotation on my wall. It's something my father used to say to me. When I got older, I found out it was by a man called Nuremberg, who lived a couple of thousand years ago. It says, certain divine rays break out of the soul in adversity, like sparks from the afflicted flint. Now you just think about that. Take all the time you need.
Zachary Hudson, Federal Times interview, 3293. Zachary Hudson is the president of the Federation, having won a vote of no confidence against the previous incumbent, Jasmina Halsey, in June 3301. Politically, Hudson is a Republican and a hawk, unafraid to
System scan complete.
explore military solutions
Frameshift drive charging.
to problems. Hudson's parents were itinerant traders who made their home on their hauling vessel. From a young age, Hudson was burdened with responsibility. He would often be left in charge of his 5 younger siblings while his parents were off plying their trade, and has spoken of the long hours he would spend watching the cargo, with nothing but a rifle for company, in case raiders tried to steal it. The young Hudson greatly admired the military, and when he was old enough to begin trading himself, he made a point of offering pilots a discount on food and beer. Given the standard of food cartridge rations in most barracks and the low pay soldiers received, this effort was welcomed. When times were especially hard and there was no money to invest in stock, the Hudson family would land on Earth-like planets and hunt for game, which they would dress and sell themselves. Hudson has emphasized that this was perfectly legal. No matter how hungry they were, they never resorted to poaching. The president remains a keen hunter and enjoys taking diplomatic guests on hunting trips, cooking them dinner himself. Hudson reportedly takes particular pride in his steaks. Hudson's entrance into politics was marked by a growing sense that the federal government and its heavy taxes were making it harder for traders to earn a living, while rewarding those who did not want to work. When bureaucratic red tape prevented the family from docking for 24 hours, resulting in the loss of an entire cargo of perishable goods, Hudson decided to do something about it. Hudson has never served in the military, but he is generally regarded as one of us by the Federation Naval Command. His old friend, Lucas Vincent, is now Admiral of the fleet, and the two enjoy a close professional relationship. Hudson has given the military considerable support, investing in improved training facilities, cutting taxes for shipyards, and cultivating public respect for the armed forces. Individuals. Aisling Duval.
My grandfather had an heirloom he used to keep in our winter palace. It was a priceless marble statuette of one of our ancestors standing with his foot on a woman's neck, while she looks up at him in fear or adoration, probably both. I loathed it. It was commissioned to commemorate some victory or other, but that wasn't the point of the thing. The message was clear, and it's the same one I've heard all my life. Deep
System scan complete.
down.
Frameshift drive charging.
The people we dominate are happy to be dominated. When I was 6 years old, I smashed it. The servants came running. My father stormed down the stairs in his gown. He asked if it was an accident. There was such a strange look in his eyes. I knew that if I said yes, nobody would argue. Nothing more would be said. But I didn't. I stamped my foot and
System scan complete. Fuel
said, "No, Daddy. I did it on purpose." It's the same with tradition. The people who pass it on think
disengaged.
it's precious. They expect you to cherish it and pass it on in turn. But what they think doesn't matter, because the responsibility rests with you. If you know it's wrong, then you have to smash it. On purpose.
So, took me about 30 minutes to do 10 jumps. It's about 3 minutes per jump for me. So, even at 3 jumps, let's see. So I want to break the 100 mark. But, times 3 divided by 60, that's 5 hours. It'll take us it's going to be a decently long stream the next time that I stream this game. So, that's 5 hours to get to this nebula. That's why I'm saying I don't know that I'm gonna focus on this game afterwards for a while, just because it takes so damn long. But I will definitely get to this nebula in the next stream. It'll be about 5 hours. Because, yeah, for me, it averages out to about 3 minutes per jump. I kind of stopped counting until we got to the 103 mark, and then I just minus the amount of minutes that it was. Yeah, it was 30 minutes for basically 10 jumps, so. Long ass time. We're going to keep going until I break the 100 mark. I don't want to say a specific number of jumps, because if we literally do 3 more, we'll break the 100 mark. I've got about a third of my 7th beer left. I will not drink any more on this game, though. We have to switch to Microsoft Flight Simulator. But, yeah, we got about a third of a beer left, so we'll keep going so that we break the 100 mark, and then, yeah, it'll be a little bit 5 hours after that to get to the nebula. Enough yapping for me. Let's hear about Aisling.
Aisling Duval, a fireside chat
Aisling.
with Serena, 3301. Princess Aisling Duval, born in 3276, is a prominent member of the imperial royal family. The eldest child of the infamous Prince Harold, she had a troubled upbringing. Her father was notorious for his hedonistic lifestyle, while her mother, entertainer Imogen Eccentrica Gabriellini, died from an aneurysm shortly after Aisling's birth. The autopsy identified the cause of death as an overdose of purple sunflake, an obscure and expensive narcotic, but conspiracy theorists insisted that she was murdered to remove an embarrassment to the royal family. Aisling has indicated that she is aware of these rumors, but has never commented on them. Despite living a life of great privilege, Aisling has publicly embraced the cause of the less fortunate and become an outspoken opponent of slavery, something that has made her the target of fierce criticism from more traditionalist imperials. But despite this criticism, Aisling is a popular figure with a widespread media presence. Her campaigning has brought definite benefits to many of the poorest in imperial society, and gone some way towards easing tensions between the Empire and the Federation. Her critics, however, dismiss her as a puppet, doing the bidding of a shadowy circle of advisors. They claim there is no underlying coherence to Aisling's policies. To them, she is a naive and sentimental child, without the necessary experience for politics, backing one populist cause after another, always conscious of how her activism is affecting her brand. Significantly, the most savage of Aisling's critics and the staunchest of her defenders agree on a counterpoint to this, that her apparent vacuity is nothing but a front, carefully created in collusion with the very advisors whom others believe are exploiting her. the people's princess, they argue, is exceptionally good at being underestimated. Following the death of Hengist Deval in 3301, Aisling was considered by many to be a viable contender for the imperial throne. As Aisling was born out of wedlock, however, and her father was removed from the line of succession on the grounds of mental incapacity,
System scan complete.
Orissa Lavinie Deval was deemed to have the stronger claim.
Frameshift drive charging.
Individuals. Orissa Lavinie Deval.
I am a daughter, not just of the Emperor, but of the Empire. And I look upon our traditions and achievements with pride. I hold, as my forefathers did, that to be born imperial is to receive the blessings of the universe. That is the true meaning of the ceremonial wine tipped upon our newborn heads.
Fuel scooping. System scan.
Does this pride in our heritage make me old-fashioned? Some would say so. I know that there are those in my family who cannot bear the burden of rank and privilege without a
Frameshift drive charging.
chronic sting of guilt. But I ask that you look charitably upon those so ailing, as I do. After all, rebellion is the prerogative of adolescence. I ask that you reserve your anger for a worthier target. For those who acknowledge our traditions in public, but privately serve only their own corrupt interests. For those who exploit their ancestors' sacrifices while holding our military in contempt. For all the petty, venal, spineless parasites in our very midst. I have sat with many such parasites, and for form's sake, I have masked my contempt. But that mask has served its purpose, and now I cast it aside. To the worms nestling so complacently in the heart of my beloved empire, I say this. We see you, and we are coming for you.
Orissa Lavinie Deval, private speech given at her post-coronation dinner. Orissa Lavinie Deval is the reigning emperor, having been appointed to the position by the Imperial Senate, and a direct descendant of the first emperor, Henson Deval. Her father was originally thought to be the late Prince Aristide de Lavinie, but Orissa's claim to be the illegitimate daughter of Emperor Hengist Deval has since been ratified by DNA testing. Orissa distinguished herself as a serving senator early in life. Unlike other senators who took their patron support for granted or left the work of intercession to a delegated representative, Orissa made a point of visiting and speaking directly with her patrons. Foremost among her concerns was how little scope for mobility the Empire offered.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
It was possible to rise in rank, but in reality, power was hoarded and loyal service went unrewarded. To her mother's horror, Orissa proceeded to go undercover as a slave in the Agony household on Akana, talking to the staff and listening in on meetings. What she learned would change her view of the Empire forever. The rules could be broken with impunity, so long as the proper bribes were paid. A senator's favor could be secured, a corporation's accounts could be doctored, and an atrocity could be covered up for the right price. On paper, it might be a patronage system, but it operated as a de facto plutocracy. Orissa's experience as a slave also cemented her own view of imperial slavery, namely that it was no worse than indentured servitude, and downright luxurious compared to what the Federation's lowest paid workers had to endure. Non-Imperial commentators responded by pointing out that slaves in noble households on Achenar could hardly be held up as typical examples of slavery, and that Arissa might have learned more had she spent her time in a Mastopolos mining facility. Arissa has made no secret of her determination to restore the rule of law within the Empire. She means to purge it of corruption and has received widespread public support for this cause. Unlike her niece, Aisling Duval, she sees the Empire's system as inherently worthy, if impeded by long-term neglect. They need to be cleansed, not torn down and rebuilt, as per Aisling's wishes. As the first woman to serve as Emperor, Arissa is a controversial figure to many, regardless of her personal political stance. Many hardcore traditionalists within the Empire have vowed to depose her and replace her with a ruler more to their liking. Corporations. Falcon de Lacy. Bridging the stars for half a millennium. Falcon Manspace, originally a small military supply company, experienced an overnight reversal of fortune when it released the Viper fighter, which proved popular with governments and private citizens alike. Indeed, demand was so high that Falcon Manspace had to farm out Viper production to other companies under license. With wealth came innovation and a range of new designs. Like the Viper, these new ships were named after dangerous snakes. The Cobra marked the company's entry into the trader market, while the lightweight, versatile Sidewinder was designed principally as a reconnaissance craft. As the company's wealth grew, it began to absorb many of the companies to which it had previously granted manufacturing contracts. In almost all cases, the target company's close working relationship with Falcon Manspace made such acquisitions frictionless and mutually beneficial. In 2982, the corporation merged with one of the largest such manufacturers, de Lacy Shipworks, becoming Falcon de Lacy. The company pioneered the now standard modular system of ship design that allows pilots to swap out components with ease. Significantly, the company made the schematics for the modular system freely available to its manufacturing rivals, broadening the choice of compatible modules available to pilots, and thus making the Falcon de Lacy marks more popular. Without this philosophy of component compatibility, spacecraft maintenance might have become a nightmarish scenario in which being unable to get the proper parts could leave a broken-down ship stranded in dry dock for weeks, or worse, subject to botched repair attempts. Today, Falcon de Lacy stands out as one of the most enduring, widespread, and consistently admired corporations in colonized space. Public regard for the company is so high that the Alliance, Empire, and Federation have all made attempts to secure exclusivity to Falcon de Lacy starships. Thus far, their efforts have been unsuccessful. Corporations. Lakon Spaceways. Hard-working ships for hard-working people. Lakon Spaceways is a starship manufacturer specializing in sturdy vessels for cargo haulage and deep space exploration. They have a longer pedigree than most other ship manufacturers, their first dedicated transport vessels having been built on Earth in the 26th century. The company's early models were characterized by the fact that they could be easily repaired away from port, a quality that has been retained to this day, despite the prevalence of affordable repair services. In 3303, Lakon entered into partnership with the Alliance to produce a range of military ships in response to the emerging Thargoid threat. As of 3304, this partnership has produced the Type 10 Federation the Alliance Chieftain, the Alliance Crusader, and the Alliance Challenger. Lakon vessels tend to garner both praise and derision for their unpretentious, functional design, which is informed more by practical concerns than aesthetic considerations. Those who champion the chunky look of Lakon craft typically say that they prefer their ships to look like ships, not abstract sculptures. Corporations. Universal Cartographics. Because it's there. Before the frameshift drive was developed, the exploration of space lacked a single coordinating agency. Governments and corporations had in-house exploration programs, but these were driven by the desire for fresh, exploitable territory rather than any humanitarian motive. It was not unknown for these programs to enlist the help of freelance explorers, but as a class, these were seen as erratic and unreliable. The reputation of the freelance explorer was not helped by a rash of bogus data scandals, in which a pilot would present, and be paid for, impressive scan data from hitherto unexplored systems that was later discovered to be counterfeit. The remoteness of the systems meant that the deception was not discovered until much later. Much like the sea captains of old Earth, whose rutters were full of closely guarded secrets, the owners of authentic navigation data were reluctant to share it. Theft of such data was a particularly prevalent concern in the late 2900s, when mistrust between the Empire and the Federation was at its most intense. Officials on both sides would occasionally propose a shared databank as a means of bridging the divide, but mutual suspicion killed the idea before it could be implemented. The creation of the frameshift drive greatly increased the jump capability of even small ships, empowering individuals to become bona fide space explorers without the need for corporate or governmental sponsorship. The stage was set for a corporation to manage, coordinate, and distribute the incoming flood of navigation data. Universal Cartographics filled that niche, arising from the merger of Unified Infotech and Devane Bright Interstellar. Cynthia Sedaris, former head of Unified Infotech, chose the name Universal Cartographics to reflect the company's policy of making its data accessible to anyone who was willing to pay for it. Sophisticated security protocols developed at Unified Infotech ensured that all data sold to Universal Cartographics was sourced through legitimate scanning. This combination of reliability and accessibility made Universal Cartographics an instant success. The company's ethos, which prized discovery for its own sake and championed the advancement of human knowledge, resonated with many independent explorers and continues to do so to this day.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Individuals: Aidan Tanner.
Our species has been banding together to fight the outsider since we lived in caves. We stand against the lawless, the invaders, and the monsters. And we're proud to do it. But you have to remember one thing. Nobody in the history of conflict ever saw himself as a monster. Everyone believes they're the hero of their own story. If you can't understand that, if you can't stand in the enemy's shoes, even for a second, and ask yourself why he thinks he needs to kill
System scan complete.
you, then you don't know what it means to be a soldier.
Frameshift drive charging.
Aidan Tanner, addressed to Federal Cadets, 3298. Admiral Aidan Tanner is a senior officer in the Federal Navy. He has served for more than 4 decades. And in 3303 was given significant responsibility in the struggle against the Thargoids, first being appointed to Chief of Federal Security and later to Chief Military Liaison for the Cross Superpower Initiative, Aegis. He is widely respected, even outside of federal space,
System scan complete.
for his conscientious and level-headed approach to conflict. Born in 3254, Tanner was expected to follow in the footsteps of his authoritarian father by becoming a doctor, but instead
Fuel scoop disengaged.
enlisted in the Federal Navy, along with a group
Frameshift drive charging.
of friends, in what he would later describe as a rash act of adolescent rebellion that I have not once regretted. Tanner's father died in 3277. The two never resolved their estrangement. Tanner's early naval career was anything but distinguished. Known to his comrades in arms as Spoonie for his habit of eating directly from food packets instead of using plates, he was distinguished more by his irreverent sense of humor than his competence. 6 months in, Tanner was found to be responsible for a scurrilous newsletter that satirized
Fuel scooping. System
several
scan
senior officers, including Sergeant Burke Hazel, who was offended and deeply hurt. Hazel had taken a personal interest in Tanner and had encouraged him to persist when the cadet had struggled with basic training. Tanner's defense that he had been trying to improve
fuel scoop disengaged.
morale
Frameshift
was
drive
rejected,
charging.
and although he was allowed to continue his service, he was marked as a potential insubordinate, a label that would later return to haunt him. Tanner's chief instructional officer, Commander Myra Dunstall,
Ready to engage.
warned him to take military life more seriously. She took Tanner to a refugee facility, an experience he would later characterize as showing him what the military is there to prevent. Tanner recognized the last chance when he saw it, discarded his role as camp comedian, and threw himself into his training
System scan complete. Fuel scoop.
with unprecedented energy. The decisive incident in Tanner's career was the Autolycus mutiny of
Fuel scoop disengaged.
3271. At the time, Tanner was serving as chief gunnery officer on board the FDN Autolycus, a Farragut-class battlecruiser,
Frameshift drive charging.
under the command of Captain Jaden Horn. The ship was dispatched to restore order at Cold Harbor Station, which had been occupied by rebels following a descent into civil disorder. Captain Horn's orders were to monitor the station and await reinforcements. But when contact with the station was abruptly lost, he became convinced an attack was imminent. Surveillance footage later showed Horn acting in an increasingly erratic fashion. He screamed orders, slurred his words, and struck an ensign for making a minor mistake. Seeing a group of civilian ships preparing to leave the station, Horn ordered Tanner to open fire, convinced they were about to ram the Autolycus. Tanner refused to obey the order, claiming it was unlawful and that Horn was unfit for command. In the time it took for a furious Horn to have Tanner thrown in the brig, the escaping ships had jumped out of the system. At Tanner's court-martial, Horn tried to use his history of rebelliousness against him, but an explosive series of revelations followed. The escaping ships had been carrying evacuees, and the station's apparent silence was in fact due to Horn himself, who had disabled shipborne communications without telling his crew. Horn, who it would later emerge had been suffering from lexalamine-induced psychosis, committed suicide mid-trial by hijacking a fighter and detonating a grenade inside the cockpit. Tanner was exonerated, receiving a commendation from President Antonia Madison for his actions. Individuals: Albert Tesreau.
I may not be religious, but I still have faith. Not the kind my parents have. In fact, I don't think their desperate devotion can even be called faith. The point of faith is that it's tested. And if you insist that your beliefs are above criticism or analysis like the star cults do, you're refusing to allow your faith to be tested at all. What do I have faith in? The fundamental sanity of the universe, I suppose. I don't believe in absolute evil, only in the iniquity that emerges when understanding fails. I believe intelligent life will naturally tend towards cooperation rather than conflict, not because there's a higher power guiding our decisions, but because that's simply the most logical course. And yes, our recent experiences with the Thargoids have tested that faith harshly.
Albert Tesreau. Professor Albert Tesreau is an Imperial scientist, an affiliate of the Achenar Research Council, and a founding member of the Joint Superpower Initiative Aegis, which was established in August 3303 to investigate the Thargoids. Menace. She currently serves as Aegis's head of research. Tesreau's biological parents were members of the Besmeratu cult, an isolationist group secreted within a sealed compound that believed itself to have been chosen for salvation by non-human beings. The cult's charismatic leader, Anton Hotep, claimed humanity had been under the protection of these beings for millennia, that he was their cosmic messiah, and that only the believers would be saved from the coming apocalypse. In support of these claims, he often produced alien artifacts, allegedly sourced from archaeological digs that other cult members were never permitted to examine closely. Alba was marked as a troublemaker from an early age due to her heretical belief in rationality and the scientific method. She was formally banished from Besmeratu after she sabotaged the air purifying system, forcing the compound to call for help from outsiders and thus humiliating Hotep. After her story became public knowledge, she was adopted into the household of Senator Olivia Tesreau of Achenar and awarded a scholarship to study at Grand Imperial, alongside the children of the nobility. She wrote her master's thesis on the potential uses of mathematics as a lingua franca between human beings and intelligent non-humans. She is passionately interested in non-human intelligence and meaningful discourse between species.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
The counterfeit alien contact myths of her early life, or perhaps because of them, she is determined to do whatever she can to act as a bridge between human and non-human cultures. Individuals: Archon Delane.
I'll tell you, Delane is the most trustworthy cuss you could ever work with. Why? Because he always makes good on his threats. Anyone else tells you that they're gonna cut off your index fingers and hammer them into your sinuses with your own severed foot, you know it's just bluster. But if Delane tells you that, you know he'll do exactly what he says, to the letter. He wants people to be afraid of him, and that means he keeps his promises. You gotta respect that.
Mantle Hoek, arms trader. Archon Delane is the head of the Cumo crew, a powerful criminal syndicate. He refers to himself as the Pirate King, a title not recognized by any government. Delane's early life is not documented, and there are competing legends of his origin. Some believe he grew up in a drug den on one of the frontier worlds where he learned to fight. Other stories have him working as a bouncer in the brothel where he was born, or training as a grease monkey at an orbital shipyard that hosted clandestine arena fights after hours. What is certain is that Delane challenged and slaughtered the reigning pirate lord of the Cumo crew when he was only 15. The title of Pirate Lord is only transferred on the death of the incumbent, either to a nominated successor or to the victor of a ritual challenge. According to tradition, the Pirate Lord must honor any challenge to his leadership, regardless of who issues it, although the choice of weapons is left to him. In Delane's case, Pirate Lord Crab opted for a bare hands contest, a highly unusual choice. It has been suggested that Crab saw Delane as a weak target due to his albinism, unworthy of a Pirate Lord's personal attention. It is possible that Crab intended to give Delane a beating rather than kill him outright. If so, it was a fatal act of mercy. Footage of the fight shot by onlookers shows Delane deftly evading Crab's heavy blows, allowing the larger man to tire himself out before delivering a sudden jab to Crab's eye. Delane then battered Crab into submission, continuing to pummel the body until it was unrecognizable. The Cumo crew immediately split, dividing itself into those who saw Delane as a legitimate leader and those who refused to follow an unproven youth. The rift was soon closed, however, as Delane proved himself as capable a leader as he was a fighter. It became clear that Delane intended to establish not only his own reputation, but that of the crew. From then on, Delane crushed any dissent with the same uncompromising brutality he had shown to Crab. He took a zero-tolerance approach to the petty squabbles that had previously paralyzed the Cumo crew, and in doing so, turned what had been an anarchic band of opportunists into a lethally effective raiding force. United in purpose and more organized than ever before, the Cumo crew quickly became the terror of the Pegasus sector.
So really quick, earlier I was talking about how big my ship is. That's me in there. That's how big this ship is. This ship is a football field long, an American football field. It's 100 yards long. And I think it's something like 50 yards high. Yeah, that's me in there. How do I... Hold on a second. Yeah, it's pretty fucking huge.
absorbing lesser pirate gangs, raiding civilian stations with impunity, and taking over corporate facilities. In Delane's early years of leadership, many rival pirate lords demanded the right to one-on-one combat, each of them convinced that they would be the one to strike him down.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
And take over his enviable criminal empire. Delane met each challenger in turn, agreed to their choice of weapons, and promptly dispatched them. After the death of Pirate Lord Horvath, who Delane strangled with his own razor whip, there were no further challenges. Delane and his Cumo crew rule by fear, but they operate according to strict rules. If a settlement in Cumo territory has paid its tribute, any Cumo pirate foolish enough to raid it risks being stripped of his rank, his crew, his possessions, his skin, and his life, according to the severity of the offense.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
These are the infamous 5 strippings, instigated by Delane as a standard punishment across Cumo territory. Individuals: Denton Patrius.
What disgusts me? That's a perceptive question. By asking it, you reveal that you consider me a man of taste. If you'd asked me what I hated, I'm not sure I could have hidden my disappointment at such a banal question. But disgust, that deserves an answer. It's jealousy that most disgusts me. It's such a petty, self-defeating emotion. I see it every day. Most men look at me and think, I want what he has. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 thinks, how can I achieve what he achieved? Now, he's not jealous, he's motivated. Who knows, we might work together one day. But most men are not like that. They have the desire, but not the initiative. It's like a dog watching you eat and wishing he was a human. And that's the tragic thing about jealous people. They think they hate me, but really they hate themselves. Because deep in their hearts, they know they're too lazy to fight for their dreams.
Denton Patrius, a fireside chat with Serena, 3302. Denton Patrius is a powerful Imperial senator and the Admiral of the Imperial fleet. He is a controversial figure, admired by many Imperials for his wealth and influence, but deeply unpopular in other quarters for his uncompromising approach to debtors. He is also noted for commanding one of the strongest private military fleets in colonized space. Patrius has repeatedly issued loans to struggling governments via shell companies, only to later hike up the interest rates. When the government defaults on the loan, a common occurrence, Patrius moves in to foreclose. Since few governments are able to match the power of his private fleet, this is usually a one-sided affair, although some governments have appealed for and received the aid of independent pilots. This strategy has brought numerous systems under the control of Patrius's various corporations. If Patrius has any long-term goals beyond increasing his personal power and holding the line against the Alliance and the Federation, they're not publicly known. Politically, he has always played the part of the loyal Imperial. He accepts the need for progress and has devoted considerable attention to eradicating Emperor's Dawn, an insurgent organization responsible for the assassination of Emperor Hengist de Val. His support for the Empire has been well rewarded, and as Admiral of the fleet, he enjoys an enviable level of prestige. But even this may not be enough, and many have speculated that Patrius harbors a desire to become Emperor. During the period of uncertainty that followed the death of Hengist de Val, Patrius suggested that the title of Emperor be assigned on the basis of public support, rather than lineal descent, a statement that was widely interpreted as a bid for the throne. When the succession passed to Orissa Lavinia de Val by vote of the Senate, Patrius did not contest it. The question of who should succeed Orissa Lavinia de Val is now a pertinent one. Imperial commentators have suggested that Patrius's highly visible courtship of Princess Aisling de Val may be part of a long-term strategy, as well as a piece of savvy media manipulation. Orissa Lavinia de Val has no children, whereas a child born to a Patrius de Val partnership could be an extremely strong contender for the throne. Individuals: Edmund Mahon.
Naturally, we faced criticism over the Lu conflict. Many people thought we should have been in there, guns blazing. On the one hand, you have a system that wants to be independent, and on the other, you have the oppressive Federation telling them no.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
The authorities in Lu put out a call for aid, and what did the Alliance do? We turned them down. That would never have happened on the Holos, would it? I would have been at the head of the Alliance fleet, taking down the Fed-Cap ship with a well-aimed torpedo up the tailpipe. But life isn't like the Holos. You need political and legal clarity. When Lu asked for our help, who exactly was doing the asking? The people? All right then. Which people? Who counted their votes, and how was the process monitored? Was their decision an informed one, or were they bombarded with propaganda? The Alliance is rigorous, you see. You can't join a voluntary association of free systems unless you can offer demonstrable proof of your freedom to choose. Just as you can't enter into a contract without being of sound mind, acting without coercion.
Edmund Mahon, responding to a question from Jessica Braganza, one of a party of schoolchildren visiting the Prime Minister's residence. Edmund Mahon is the current Prime Minister of the Alliance. The product of a corn-farming family based on Birmingham in the DSO system, Mahon was working and shrewd from an early age, with a particular talent for negotiation. Nobody seemed able to beat his crop prices down, and he always managed to shave something off the asking price of any tools or machinery the family needed. In the first book of his autobiography, The Shadow of Silo 7, he attributes this talent to preparatory research, claiming that he always found out as much as he could about the people he would be dealing with before meeting them. At 18, Mahon won a federal scholarship to study law. Frustrated with what he saw as the imbalance of power between corporations and their employees, Mahon intended to specialize in cases of corporate exploitation. He quickly found, however, that the legal profession was not to his liking. Awash with duplicity, double talk, and corruption was his assessment. And he switched track to political science. 2 years into his course, and following an increasingly vocal series of broadcasts on a personal video channel in which he argued in favor of the newly formed alliance, Mahon's scholarship funds were abruptly cut off. He had unknowingly violated a clause that required him to refrain from public criticism of the federal government. Unwilling to return to his family without having made something of himself, Mahon had no choice but to look for work while continuing to study. The bar in which he had spent so many hours as a student was happy to take him on as a bartender, and he proved so competent that after his graduation he took on the role of manager. Mahon claims it was this experience, rather than any innate idealism, that set him on the path to becoming a career politician. As he puts it, a good bartender has to be able to listen and to give equal respect to everyone while demanding that others do the same. He has to be able to distinguish what is meant from what is said, encourage free exchange of views while tactfully enforcing the rules, and, when necessary, break up fights. Mahon's break into politics came when his friends encouraged him to run for city office against the favoured corporate candidate, Jensen Crane. The Mahon campaign began as a token protest, since Crane was expected to win by a comfortable majority. Mahon eviscerated Crane in the live debates, however, winning over the audience with a combination of wry humour and an empathetic awareness of local concerns that Crane could not hope to match, living as he did in a high-altitude apartment complex. Crane was elected by a narrow margin, but Mahon's supporters begged him to continue in politics. So it was that, at the age of just 27, Mahon found himself working alongside elder statesperson Irene Mendel, helping with the campaign to break the DSO system away from the Federation and make it a part of the alliance.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
By the time DSO joined the alliance in 3286, Mahon was a seasoned parliamentarian. He served as a planetary representative several times before making his bid for the premiership. Individuals. Hengist Deval. Hengist Deval, 3163 to 3301, was the 15th ruler of the Empire. He was assassinated on the day of his wedding to Florence Lavinia. Hengist reigned during a time of significant change. The Imperial Senate had begun to grow in power, a process that had begun during the long sickness of Hengist's father, Hesketh. The development of the frameshift had radically altered life in human-occupied space, facilitating easy access to goods and interstellar travel, and opening formerly isolated cultures to outside influence. Old animosities between the Empire and the Federation finally began to fade. Hengist appeared to neither resist nor oppose these many changes, instead opting to keep the Empire as stable as he could on a day-to-day basis. This middle ground approach was deeply unpopular with the Empire's hardcore traditionalist elements, who saw Hengist as short-sighted, detached, and complacent. In 3238, Hengist wed Anthea Viola Lampeter in an arranged marriage, planned since his childhood by his late father. Despite a storm of publicity and celebrations across Imperial space that verged on the hysterical, there was clearly little genuine affection between the couple. It was an open secret that the match had been made solely because of optimal genetic compatibility, and that Hengist could not refuse without dishonoring his father's memory. As the marriage crumbled, Hengist spent much of his time with his boyhood friend, Aristide de Lavigny. His his wife, Florence, in their estate on Achenar. Inflammatory tracts from this period portray the imperial dynasty and its noble cohorts as little more than libertines, indulging in lascivious affairs and lengthy holidays, while the Senate did the real work of government. The most scurrilous rumor was that the Duval genetic code had been corrupted by centuries of interference, prompting speculation that a successor of the true blood would have to be found. The birth of Hengist's heir, Prince Harold, temporarily quietened the skeptics. A carefully orchestrated father-son photoshoot when Harold was 9 showed the pair riding horses on Achenar, throwing javelins, watching a senatorial debate, and preparing for a seasonal feast. The photo shoot was clearly designed to appeal to traditional imperial values, and it succeeded. For several years after, Prince Harold was the darling of the Empire, a symbol of promise and hope. The intense media focus on the prince's life is now believed to be partly responsible for his fall from grace, which saw him become a notorious philanderer, and which eventually resulted in his exclusion from the succession on the grounds of mental incapacity. Towards the end of Hengist's life, it emerged that Orissa Lavinie, the daughter of Florence Lavinie, was in fact his daughter. Hengist intended to strengthen her claim to the throne by marrying Florence, thus legitimizing Orissa, but he was assassinated before this could take place. The most enduring criticism of Emperor Hengist is that he failed to plan adequately for the future. Certainly, the matter of the succession created tensions that endure to this day. Individuals. Ishmael Palin.
If the history of eugenics tells us anything, it is that we do not towards greater egalitarianism over time, but rather find new ways for the privileged to exploit and control the dispossessed. Nevertheless, I do occasionally dream of ways in which we might evolve further. If I could change just one aspect of human nature, it would be our chronic tendency towards tribalism. In that matter, we have barely advanced a step in 1,000,000 years. While the sun shines, we meet and treat with one another, but when the skies darken, we withdraw and whisper suspiciously. And at the first flash of the unknown, we huddle like witless primates in a cave, terrified of the thunder, trusting only those who smell the same as us.
Professor Ishmael Palin, Memorandum to Students, 3289. Professor Ishmael Palin is a scientist specializing in research into non-human technologies and cultures, with a particular emphasis on material artifacts. He is generally considered one of the galaxy's foremost experts on the Thargoids. Professor Palin began his career working for the federal government as a member of the Homeland Scientific Council. In 3301, when objects apparently of non-human origin were discovered in a number of systems, the Federation launched a research program and placed Professor Palin in charge. To the surprise of many, the program was shut down after only a week. Ostensibly on the grounds of safety, Palin refused to comment on the decision, but inside sources later revealed stark differences of opinion between Palin and the federal authorities. Palin insisted that the fruits of his team's research into the so-called unknown artifacts, later reclassified as Thargoid sensors, should be open to everyone, but his federal paymasters wanted the Federation alone to benefit.
Alright, I'm gonna wrap it up here after I finish scanning this system. We are just under 600 jumps to Earth, which 578 by 3 divided by 60 is 28 hours. But we are going a little out of the way to go to this nebula. So I'm going to be generous and say 600. It's still 30 hours from Earth. I want to set this as our route so that way it's what it routes us to the next time we log in. And then yeah, I'm going to finish scanning the system and then we're going to switch over to Microsoft Flight Simulator. But thanks for watching, guys. And yeah, Axe Killer, I hope you liked what you saw. And it gives you an understanding of what one of the easier ways to make money in this game is about. Because what this game is about, don't get me wrong, it's not, like, this is part of it, but this is not what this game is all about. What this game is all about is making money to buy better ships, to do different things. And you can do combat, you can do mining, you can do trading. You can set up to be a space taxi, and you can take people from place to place, and you can go visit different iconic locations and stuff in the galaxy. Like, there's lots of different stuff you can do. This is just what I'm doing currently, because I decided to take a multi-year-long trip, because that's how long it's taken me. I've been out here for like 2 years, but that's just because I haven't actually sat down to actually take the time to fucking get the shit done. I'm the one who decided to take the fucking long-ass trip out to Sagittarius, so, like, that's just what I'm doing. Scanning all this shit so that when I get back I can make a fuck ton of money and buy some more ships, but that's what this game's about, is making money to buy more ships to do different things. You start off in a Sidewinder, it's a tiny little ship, way smaller than this, and, yeah, you just work your way up buying ships and stuff and do different things and go different places. I decided to go sightsee because I got tired of doing the oh, we made it a good ways away though. We're almost through the Empyrean Straits. Pretty sure we were in the Straits already. We're almost through the Straits. So yeah, here pretty soon we'll be in the normal armor. So it'll be pretty cool. But yeah, I'm the one who decided to go sightseeing all the way clear out here. Yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you soon in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Oh, but before we go, I almost forgot the most important part, my arcs. Let's see how many arcs we got. Arcs is like the premium currency in this game. You can buy them or you can earn them. The earning rate is kind of limited. You can only earn 400 a week. Well, that's not bad, 126. You earn a lot more by being in the bubble and doing things in the bubble. Let's take a look at the shop. I've been wanting to buy something for a long time because I have 6,000. It takes you forever to get to 6,000. Let's see, 6,000 divided by 400. That's 15 weeks of hitting the cap. That's a lot. I was kind of thinking about doing... What do you guys think about this? Or what do you think about this? This is what I was thinking about doing, bro. This one. It's on sale for half. I don't even think it's a choice at this point. I think I just have to do it. I've been saving up for so long because I wanted the lights in my ship. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it right now, and then we'll see how it looks. I'm gonna buy the lights. Oh, except I actually don't think I can customize my ship until I get back to the station. Ah, fuck my life. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, no, I think I have to get back to the station. Anyways, we'll put the lights in when we get back in, another 15 weeks. No, I'm just kidding. Hopefully it won't take that long. It's only a day worth of travel. Anyways, thanks for watching, guys. I'll be back soon with some Microsoft Flight Simulator. Peace.